because we use those words loosely, people of color and terms like that, and we feel pretty comfortable with it because it's commonly used. However, anybody that knows law, and of course it's in operation every day when they're dealing with us. Person of color is an artificial person. One art. Most art.
Bring that back. Oh, yeah. Uh, yeah, we about to get it popping. You already know what it is when I touch down. Stop playing. Niggas know what it is. Some gas loaded up. Gas fire that screen, man. Stop playing. Who that is? Y'all ready? I hope y'all ready. Y'all know I'm bringing it. Yeah, niggas know what it is when I fire it up. Hold on. Let me get my people in here. Let me get my peoples up in here, man. Hold up. Gotta get my nigga in here. Partner them. Hold up. Oh, wait. Let me make sure that. Oh yeah, it ain't muted. It ain't muted. You know how to make sure my mic ain't muted and all that. Nigga known for starting the stream up, nigga, about 15 minutes with the mic muted. None of that. Alright. So let me get my brother in here right quick. And we good. Get my brother. Peace though. Peace to everyone. Get my bro up in here, huh? I hope my comments working. Let's see. Alright. Man, no, don't trip. Don't trip. Don't trip, baby. Act right. Come on, don't do that. Come on, man. Hold on, man. Alright. Alright. Hold on. Damn, man, what's this nigga at? Come on, man. Oh, shit. Oh. Look at the title. Look at the title of the video. Oh, man. Damn, come on, man. That shit say Europeans know they aren't white. They just playing games. Hold on, man. Did that really? Hold on, yo. Hold on. Hold on. Gotta see if my comments working. Well, I can still see the comments. Ah. Alright. Oh, look. Give me that. Yeah. Hold on, we getting it together. We getting it together. Hold up. Alright. Oh, they impatient. We can't wait. Ah. Okay. Alright. Fuck it. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and play this shit. Guess maybe comments broken. I can't see the shit. It's gonna be alright though. Hold up. Check this out.
It's very important for people to know the real history, because not to know the real history, you must know world history and European history, and you must dismiss the black and white game. If you don't, you're already in the trap. You're in the matrix. Meaning that Europeans know they're not white people. They don't guess. They know they're not white people.
Yeah.
But from a social engineering position, they declare it for social engineering. As an example,
white people did not exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681.
Well, damn, really?
Europeans know they're not white people. They don't guess, they know they're not white people.
Any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie.
Wow.
Race is not a biological construct.
Really?
I mean, it's not biological. It's social.
As a matter of foundational law, actually, let me say it this way. White supremacy has been embedded in the United States of America from its founding as a matter of law. Now, I don't expect you to buy all that, to get all that, to believe all that, at least not now. But my job is to share with you the legal history that proves each of those three claims that I begin with. So let's go. Let's get started.
Overseer scholars get this black-white paradigm from. That's totally fictitious. It's for servitude. Are we clear? For instance, like when our people agree to be black people, they come under the Christian black codes that was set up in 1868 when they closed the Freedmen's Bureau. That's an agreement, and those codes apply. That's where your abuse comes from. Because there's no such people. It's a code system for Christian property.
Black
History Month, you find.
You say that shit a code system for Christian property, yo. Check it out.
You're gonna relegate my history to a month.
Come on, what do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, come on.
He said which month is White History?
I'm Jewish.
Yeah, that nigga
I'm
said-
Jewish.
Meaning that Europeans know
Hold
they're not
up,
white
read
people.
that shit back. Hold up. Look how this nigga was acting.
3 months you find ridiculous. You're gonna relegate Black History to a month? Come on, what do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
Meaning that Europeans know they're not white people. They don't guess. They know they're not white people.
I'm Jewish.
But from a social engineering position, they declare it for social engineering.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month? There is one. Oh, why not? Do you want one? No. I don't either.
Right.
I don't want a Black History Month.
Fuck niggas need a black
Black
history.
man is Christian property. That's one of the brands that was created by the Dutch masters to identify property. It's chattel property. It's not a human being. However, if they get you to agree with that, it is a legal status that compromises the natural person and takes them.
Do you hear that? This is a legal status that compromises the natural living person. A black man, a black person. Is Christian chattel. Real live lingo. Real live true factual lingo. And they got us all claiming black. Claiming to be black people. Claiming the status of Christian chattel. Like straight dummies around this bitch. Hold on, bring this shit back.
Out of the natural status.
Bring this shit back. Tell them again, bro.
For social engineering.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month? There is one. Oh, why not? Do you want one? No. I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month.
Because a black man is Christian property. That's one of the brands that was created by the Dutch masters to identify property. It's chattel property. It's not a human being. However, if they get you to agree with that, it is a legal status that compromises the natural person and takes them out of the natural status into a status of color. And a status of color in law, for instance, you already know, because we use those words loosely, people of color, and terms like that, and we feel pretty comfortable with it because it's commonly used. However, anybody that knows law, and of course it's in operation every day when they're dealing with us. Person of color is an artificial person.
Damn.
Most of our people will tell you it's Afrocentricity, wouldn't it?
Listen to that. A person of color is an artificial person. Yeah, they got niggas running around talking about, like bruh said, it's some Afrocentric shit. Person of color. Man, people need to get their mind right. Check this out.
Operation every day when they're dealing with us. Person of color is an artificial person. Most of our people will tell you it's Afrocentricity, wouldn't it? And just because they want to believe that, it doesn't change the fact that it is an artificial person.
And when we deal from a human standpoint, not from a racial standpoint, but just from a human standpoint, then we are all equal. There's no black, there's no white. Race is a social construct. It's not biological. W.E.B. Du Bois, who's an historian, race is a social construct, right? Michael Omi, Howard Winnett, my teachers at UC Berkeley, who wrote the book Racial Formation in the USA, said race is a social construct. And for those who choose not to opt into the construct of the social norms of America that we live in, right? If you choose not to participate in the construct, then you have the choice to view and treat each other as human beings.
What would happen with the general masses, right? When our people are talking about the social problems in our community, and then we bring up the facts that scholars know, it would appear that we're contradicting our brothers in the little clubs, the little Negro groups that are marching and praying and all this little stuff, and they think that we're countering them when we're really trying to bring their degrees up. Because information is being held back from them. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand exactly what you're saying.
Now, here's my question. Self-identification, as you mentioned, the other questions based on people self-identifying, they claim to self-identify as being black, right? In light of the fact
that a funny looking ass nigga look like he dead.
Social science organization, every social science organization, right, and every anthropology organization, all disavow the racial terms, black, white, non-white, yellow, red, brown, as being totally unscientific and inventions of Europeans for the purpose of perpetual European world dominance under the term white supremacy and manifest destiny. How can you, as an intelligent man, claim or persistently cling to a non-scientific term that you did not invent or our people did not invent?
So to say you're black, say you're black, what does that mean? It literally, actually, if you think about it, now that I'm thinking about it, it kind of excludes the rest of the other people that were also Moorish descent. Right?
People like us contribute to the world. What have we done in the world?
You mean you or your ancestors?
Yeah,
like,
my ancestors.
I don't know where you're from. I don't know where.
My ancestors,
But I don't know where you're from.
I'm a nigger. Man, I be seeing y'all going crazy with the shit I've been saying on this way. Niggas be like, yo, why you saying you're not black? You're right, I'm not the black America call me, and it's just hard for a nigga to be from the slums, the ghetto, the hood, whatever. Niggas want to say where you're from, and then when you become this celebrity, you get to walk around the world, get to travel around the world, get to touch the people, and get to find out the truth. And then when you get back home, what you call America, and you start telling the truth, the people you see that's in your community that's still plugged in the matrix.
And you must dismiss the black and white game. If you don't, you're already in the trap. You're in the matrix.
It's just trapped into.
You see that shit? This nigga Waka Flocka conscious. That nigga said he come from the ghetto, from the slums. He was taught one thing, and then when you become a celebrity and travel around the world and see what shit really looking like, and then you realize that shit ain't happening all over the world. That shit just right over there in America. That bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You find out they pumping that bullshit around here. Got niggas plugged in the matrix. Check it out.
The people you see that's in your community that's still plugged in the matrix.
And you must dismiss the black and white game. If you don't, you're already in the trap. You're in the matrix.
It's still trapped into what society tells you is reality. And you know it's not reality. You know it's not the truth. That's only black and white people exist in America, by the way. If you say you black in Africa, they will look at you funny. And if you say you white in Europe, the Europeans will look at you funny. So at the end of the day, black and white people don't exist in America.
Are talking about, and that's what they're doing. They're looking at all of us as human beings, not through the lens of race. And you have a choice, because again, it is a construct in America. It's not biological.
And we think that black is some section of Africa. No, it's true.
This is a man shouts to the crowd of people of nationality, and the crowd responds back the name of the nation. Check them out.
Chinese, Russian, Italian, German, Swedish, Korean, Egyptian, Nigerian, black.
shit ain't funny worth a damn though. You see that? That shit ain't funny worth a damn. He named off all them nations of people. And then said black, and then nobody motherfucker looking around at each other and shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. That is how you enslave a nation of people. Wait. You remove their nationality. Hold up. Bring it back. How you enslave them, bro? Remove the nationality and what? And replace it with ethnicity. Look at this shit. Remove the nationality of the black people, not even the black people, the Moorish people, the Moroccan people of America, the American natives, the Native Americans, the black people, what they call it black people.
International. You understand? People, sometimes when we're on the airports, like for instance, we got a call from brothers from Australia today. I got to respond to that. They're aware. Everybody's been waiting for us, the whole world. The United Nations, the nations of the planet. Anyone who's a scholar knows that the nations of the world have continuously, for the last 20 years, dealt with the nationality issue of these people in North America that keep insisting on calling themselves black. Dealt with in the Universal Declaration on the Rights of a Child.
Look at that. Universal Declaration on Rights of a Child. A child shall be entitled from his birth to name and nationality.
The Universal Human Rights Declaration.
Universal Human Rights Declaration. Everyone has the right to nationality. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality.
And the rights of indigenous people.
Look at that. The right to indigenous people. Every indigenous individual has the right to nationality. Fuck being black.
And the rights of indigenous people, with your right to claim a nationality, as a matter of fact, because without it, all the things that we're seeking, we can't get.
Look,
now, whether our people are willing to be themselves or not, I'm not arguing that. But they need to have been made aware of that. And all these churches and civic organizations in North America were instructed to disseminate that information. They did not. And when the Moors are presenting it, they think it's a Moorish thing. The whole world has dealt with this. And you need to know that you've been sold out by your own people. And that's the truth. And if you can go on the website and find it. The world has dealt with your lack of nationality because they know without it you can't go nowhere. And so all we're doing is spinning wheels, frustrating each other, when the deal is we don't know the difference between brands that we've become in love with and true bloodline, pedigree, consanguine issues. And we better deal with it because the world ain't playing with us. And Europe is liquidating right now because we, who are the true heirs of Northwest Africa, which is North America, in this masonry they call the North Gate, is our land. We keep looking at ourselves after the separation of the planet. We need to look at ourselves before the separation of the planet. You're standing on Northwest Africa. That's the great Masonic secret. That's why no European speaks under the pyramid that's on the back of that dollar bill because it belongs to you. And it seems so hard to wake these people up to their real political form because we're, like he said, we're all pulled up in what our religious beliefs are, which is only mind control. Let me add on that.
Look, he walked out, all the niggas kept on telling, look, we fooled up in the religious belief, it's only mind control. My people, my brothers and sisters, we got to come from up under that. We got to come from up under that religious mind control where they teaching you and got every time you close your eyes and picture Jesus as a white man. That's not the only lie that's twisted up in that religion stuff. Not only Christianity, but other religions also. But particularly Christianity, because that's the one this country was built on. That's the one they done killed and slain all the people in all the villages and lands. They raping and pillaging everybody under Christianity, killing everybody. If you don't want to believe in Christianity, off with your fucking head. What is all of that? You know what I'm saying? Like they colonizing all the places, taking over. Did you hear what that brother just said? We standing on Northwest America. Everybody keep thinking about the planet after it's separated. Where we at after the planet separated. Or you know when you look at them plots of land, all of them like puzzle pieces and they come together. right? I know you done noticed that. When you look at the map of the world, you can pretty much take all of them lands and smush them all back together into one motherfucking plot of land. You know what I mean? That's pretty much how all that shit line up together, like puzzle pieces. So, like he said, we need to stop thinking about this new shit that they got you acting like time just started from when Jesus came about, or something like BC, AD, BC, and all this shit. Time going way back. Time going way back. The people been on this motherfucking land, man. The people been praising God before Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Before all of this shit. Before this timeline that they done presented to us. We need to get off this timeline that they got us on. And go all the way back. Fuck that. You don't need nobody to tell you nothing about God. Just seek him out for yourself. You know the vibration in right and wrong. But never mind even going into God and all that. What about what this brother talking about how they done hijacked the indigenous people of this land, the true Native Americans to this land, aka black people, removed them from their nationality and gave them the ethnicity and calling them black, got them accepting the title of Christian chattel, because these terms can actually be looked up and gone back. If you go to them old dictionaries, yeah, like they be talking them Black's Law dictionaries, the 3rd and 4th edition, like them early ones. And what's the dictionary I'm talking about though? Yeah, like Black's Law. They be having them, yeah, go up in there and look up what black mean. You know what I'm saying? And if you go way back in some of them dictionaries, black meant actually white. A white person was really a black person by definition, because it was like without color. Me and one of the homies was talking about that the other day. How black person meant someone without like pigment in their skin and shit. It was really describing a white person, like a European or something. But that's crazy how they talking about black people, white folks didn't exist until 1600 and all this, and how this whole idea of color though, this whole idea of race, they got everybody thinking, me included, because I was just talking about in my stream like a few streams ago, like what was the main races on the earth and shit. On some like white, black, and yellow shit. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking if somebody taught me, it was like the Negroid, the Caucasoid, and the Asioid or something. Asiatic man. It was the main 3 races or some shit. With colors though, basically. You know what I'm saying? So what if race is a what do you call it? What kind of structure? What kind of structure he said it was? Not a public structure. Social construct, excuse me. If race is a social construct and it's not have nothing to do with biology, what does separate people on a biological level? Or are we separated on a biological level? Like if race ain't it, you know what I'm saying? What's up with everybody having different colors in their skin and shit like that? And you know what's another thing I was thinking about? This shit crossed my mind the other day, yesterday or the night before that. And I started YouTubing this shit. Asian aliens. Asians are aliens. Because I'm thinking, hold the fuck up. if race ain't got nothing to do with color and shit like that, and that ain't biological, how come everybody on the motherfucking earth, no matter what color your skin is, eyes are open? Like, you know, okay, white, let's just say white people and black people, for instance, since them the terms motherfuckers be using. But white people and black people eyes are open the same amount. Chinese and Asians, the only ones, why they fucking eyes is slanted. Look, even the you know, just, you know, African, like Latinos, you know, Mexicans and fucking Puerto Ricans and any South Americans, right? Any of them Latino, they eyes open wide too. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere, everybody else, all the other people eyes is open wide except Asian folk. They got this slanty eyes thing going on. And why is that? That's some biological difference. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to tell me, look, I started thinking I was like getting up on some shit. I'm like, hold up, what the fuck? I think I'm on to something. Because it was only like one video on YouTube too where somebody was talking about Asians being aliens. That shit was crazy because I was thinking I was gonna at least see some more information on that. But this shit crazy because when you think about it too, them Asians like dominating and shit. Them Asians is like running the world really. Like you think about it, America is in debt to China. You know, they claim to be, you know, smart. You know, them Asians smart as hell. They come up with all the newest technology and all this shit be having going on and shit. Seem like them motherfuckers are plugged in with some type of alien technology. You know what I mean? When it comes to this shit. Man, look, I've been looking on Alibaba Express because, you know, I buy, sell, and trade. You know what I'm saying? For a living. And, you know, I get my hustle on. I made a killing on them hoverboards, all type of shit. They be having all type of new technology and shit. If y'all remember when I did my outside stream. Anybody know me that long? I had that other little board shit, that iCarbot. I paid $5.50 for that fucking iCarbot. You know what I'm saying? I don't even fuck with that shit. But I just ordered this other thing too. It's called a damn, that bitch called Kimona. What that shit called? Kimona One Wheel? I forgot. I'm gonna show you. But look, I was on the Alibaba, right? .com. Cause you know they have all the newest technology on that motherfucker. They on Alibaba.com got all the dirt bikes and scooters and like all them little like hoverboards and shit. It's like straight from the factory and shit, right? The best prices you can get. So, man, they got slingshot cars and like T-Rex cars, like them 3-wheel spiders and shit, all type of shit for cheap as hell. But I seen these other things they got that's in fact I can show you. Hold up. I can show you. Watch this shit. This shit crazy, man. Like basically, I started looking on their website for robots. That's what led me to all this shit. I was like, damn, I want a robot. You know what I'm saying? Not one of the little cheap ones. Like some expensive shit that costs like around, you know, $1,000 or some shit. Like what kind of robot can I get for $500 to $1,000? What kind of technology they got? Man, these folk got that technology for your ass. You know what I'm saying? I was seeing robots and shit. And then I started seeing they got robots that's matter of fact, it's probably in history. It is in history. Because I was looking them up. I started looking a couple of them up on YouTube. Hold up. Oh shit. History. Look, here you go. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This shit called the PadBot. The PadBot P3 reception robot. Look at this shit. This is what they got going on in China. This video from March 14th, 2018.
Introducing Petbot V3, a reception robot, is good at dancing and being cute. In the concept of humanoid design, sensor recognition technology was put in the robot. For example, Petbot V3, when guests approach, will say welcome to them under sleep mode, then start chatting.
Hello dear. Cindy, members enjoy 20% discount today.
Robots can recognize the identity of customers through the face recognition system. When the robot meets a VIP member, it will carry out a better and special recommendation.
Any special offers today?
Meanwhile, when somebody is consulting, background control system allow user to edit the information and send it through the robot.
Look at that.
All kinds of coffee are buy one, get one free.
Robots can come across complicated problems.
Look at that. You could talk directly through the robot to the person and everything. You ain't even got to, you know what I'm saying, be human interacting with the motherfucker. This shit crazy what they got going on. Hold on, what else they have? What else they have? Oh yeah, look at this right here. I'm talking about real life. I'm talking about real life.
Hi there.
What's the old girl name from the Jetsons? What's the robot lady name from the Jetson cartoon? Check her out right here. This what our reality turning into. You can buy this shit right now.
So, folks, have you ever had a young child help you clean up around the house? I say that lightly, that's for sure. Well, sometimes that help isn't all that helpful, is it?
Rewind.
Preparing to tackle the task at hand. She is literally thinking, and she's figuring out her approach. And this gets right to the heart of our unique artificial intelligence.
This is old girl from the Jetsons, man. What the fuck? It ain't even in 2020 yet. You could already get this in 2018.
As you see, she moved her lifter right to that perfect position bottom of that chair. She's carefully maneuvering herself right into place. And the robot's lifter.
Man, it get way better than that slow ass shit. They looking it up.
25 pounds. Imagine in the future, it might very well be able to lift 2 or maybe even 4 times that weight.
Hey, this nigga right here.
Now you can see that it positions
that's the AOS.
over the top of the chair, and she secured that chair right there in place for safe movement back across the room. And the AOS robot knows to put the chair right back over there, exactly where I like to keep it.
Yeah. That shit weak as fuck. Check this one out. That's old technology. That's some bullshit to warm you up to this. How about this nigga right here? That real shit.
From humanoid robots to help the elderly to advanced prosthetic arms, here are 9 of the coolest robots that actually exist in real life. Number 9. Cosmo. Anki Cosmo Robot was the hottest selling toy of 2016, and with good reason. He's more than just a toy, and more than just a robot. One great thing about Cosmo is that you get to be there when he wakes up after you buy him. He looks much like a baby, weighs 160 pounds, and is meant to look and walk like a dog, and does so fairly well. One surprising fact, though, is that he can really see via a rotating sensor. What's different than a dog, besides the fact that he's a robot, is that Spot cannot be knocked over. Whether on hills, rocks, or ice, he remains on his feet. This is crucial for his job. Number 7. Ido. What's the most surprising thing about Ido? He was an Indiegogo project. That's right, this fascinating robot was made by people just like us, and that are super smart. Although he still isn't out yet, users pledged over $800,000 to make Ido happen, and he will be ready to ship on January 2018. Ido is selling for $549, pretty affordable. He is a next-generation robot made to be part of the family and is meant to improve your lifestyle around the house. He can play with the kids and act.
Look, nigga doing all that.
Milo Milo is a robot created by the company RoboKind to help children with autism. RoboKind is a company in Dallas that strives to create cost-effective and inclusive education for all. Robot Milo is used to teach social skills to children with autism. Milo is a 2-foot-tall robot that uses children's voices to teach trivia and play games. Research shows that children with autism engage more with Milo than when working only with a therapist. One of the best things about him is that he never lets his emotions get in the way. He doesn't get tired, he never gets frustrated, and he gives autistic children the one thing they need most: consistency. He encourages kids to get out of their comfort zone while somehow helping them remain comfortable. He helps the kids recognize emotions in others, express empathy, socialize, and motivate themselves. He uses an LCD screen to speak so kids can more easily understand what he is saying. He will show small clips and ask the kids to answer yes or no questions about what they've seen. Kids are usually much more comfortable speaking with Milo than with an adult. Milo is helping to promote the cognitive and social well-being of humans using advanced technology. Number 5. The Luke Arm. From one of the most innovative companies in the world, DECA, comes Luke, a prosthetic arm unlike any other. DECA is the founder of the auto syringe for diabetics, modern-day dialysis, and Segways. Although these are all widely used, one of DECA's greatest inventions is the Luke Arm. This prosthetic arm was named after Luke Skywalker himself and was funded by DARPA. Luke was actually first conceived in 2006 when DARPA gave $18.1 million to the project. DECA was given 2 years to complete the first arm. They gathered the best in the business and came up with the idea to connect existing nerves in the remaining part of the arm to bands of muscles in the chest. This would be used as a controller for the arm. However, the amputee must use their mind rather than their chest or arm to move their new arm. So in a way, your brain needs to convince your body that you have an arm. In 2012, the first amputees found success as they were able to move their new arm. The arm incorporates advanced motors, electronics, and can be modified to fit users with varying degrees of amputation. But that is not even the best part. This arm can be controlled by muscle twitches in the arms and feet. Its fingers can grip objects with sophisticated sensors monitoring how much force is required. Mobius Bionics, the firm bringing the Luke Arm to market, says they will enable users to move, reach, twist, and lift. It is way stronger than any... SoftBank Robotics, Pepper is the first robot designed to live with humans, and he is built to be a companion by using voice, touch, and emotions. He can sense auras of his friends and is the first humanoid robot capable of recognizing the principal human emotions and adapting his behavior to the mood. He's even being used as a door greeter at SoftBank mobile stores. It is said that he is more interactive than most humans, too. He shows a general interest in your likes, tastes, and opinions, making him a great listener. He can even recognize you when you walk into a room. He knows many languages and enjoys listening to music and dancing. He will memorize what you like and adapt himself accordingly. Best companion ever. He can notice the tone of your voice, the expressions on your face, your dialect, and choice of vocabulary. He uses his voice, tablet, and eyes to sympathize with you. If he were bigger and knew first aid, he would be a real-life Baymax from Big Hero 6. I love him already. Pepper costs about $1,700 up front, $134 a month for 36 months for maintenance, and $89 for 36 months for insurance. Number 3. Romeo. Romeo is a 4.5-foot tall robot created to aid elderly people as well as those losing their motor skills. This humanoid robot from Aldebaran Robotics is intended to be a genuine personal assistant and companion. The reason he is so tall is so that he can open doors, hold hands, and carry platters that smaller robots cannot. He is another Aldebaran Robotics creation and is revolutionizing at-home care. Soon after his creation, Romeo received an upgrade called Romeo 2. The robot's arms are the most vital body part. So Romeo 2 was given not only active interaction, but the passive interaction of protecting himself. On the other hand, he is given a sense of danger so he can better protect those under his care. Aside from being practical, he is also a great companion for those who use his services. He will interact socially, physically, have opinions, plan, remember, create tasks, and do much more. Romeo is not widely publicized yet as he is still undergoing a few tweaks. But designers are hopeful in their goal to create a caretaker and companion for the elderly across the world. Number 2, Robo-Thespian. Robo-Thespian is not just a big robot, but a life-size robot. Engineered Arts claims to have the first commercial robot that behaves like a person. He is the closest a robot has ever come to being a human and is designed for human interaction in a public environment. After years of production and generations of models, Robo-Thespian is tested and now trusted by national science centers, academic research institutions, and your average tourists. This guy can hold eye contact with you, perform singing in the rain, and guess your age. Robo-Thespian is meant to test the line between humans and robots as he is made to act and react in the most humanly way possible, while at the same time maintaining the intelligence of an AI. Kind of scary. Like most robots these days, he is given impressions, lines, the ability to record content, recognize human reactions, and so on. Engineered Arts works with customers to produce a robotic partner for their research, entertainment, and communication needs. Engineers are working on making Robo-Thespian walk, hop, and jump. Up to 20 of the machines are sold every year for around £50,000. Number 1,
50
Atlas.
racks, you can get one of them.
Atlas is most likely the most publicized robot of the decade. He is a bipedal humanoid robot made by Boston Dynamics that was funded by DARPA once again. Oddly enough, Atlas hands were made by 2 separate companies. Sandia National Laboratories made one hand, while none other than iRobot made the other. These hands have their very own motor skills. In 2013, the creators said that they were at a 1-year-old learning to walk stage. But that's because Atlas is very advanced. He is made of aluminum and titanium and is given 4 limbs that, unlike most robots, have 28 degrees of freedom. He has a laser rangefinder and stereo cameras. Atlas is made to walk on rough terrain and climb on his own, not to mention withstand projectiles and stand on one leg. In 2014, Atlas went through training that would help him get into a car, drive the car, open doors, and use power tools.
Damn.
He still has a long way to go, but has come a long way in accomplishing these tasks. A new version was introduced in 2016, but the old one isn't completely cast aside. The new Atlas is much shorter and lighter than the previous model, which was 6'2". The robot can run on 2 feet over rough terrain, fall over, and get up again by itself.
Damn.
You can watch the video on the Next Generation Atlas on the Boston Dynamics website. Don't worry, no robots were harmed during the making of that video. Any other cool robots that you'd like to share? Let us know in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
Hey. It said 50 racks for that other one. You can have that shit. Hold up. Now you gonna like to put it.
Technologies never stay still, especially from the side of robotics, and so are we. So today we will see a dozen of cool cyber animals. And not only, one robot from our list even knows how to cook food.
Man, they shut down Brother Ben.
The family of robot animals from the
man.
German developer of robotics, Festo, is growing. The company presents many new robots. For example, a swarm of ants that can interact with each other, as well as butterflies and...
Look at this story right here. This is some crazy shit. Check this out. They knew she was gonna tell it on their fuck ass. The lion and shit. They couldn't trust her ass. Watch this shit. They know sister was gonna tell on their fuck ass. Nigga. They probably could have tricked her ass though. They love working with the sisters. Look at this story though, yo.
Well, hello, and thank you for tuning in to Truth TV News. I'm Vincent Rose, your host, and I'm reading an article here from the BBC News, and it says here, NASA removed U.S. astronaut from the ISS. And as you can see, this young lady here, I had gotten prepared to become an astronaut, or an astronaut, or an astronaut, or either an astronaut. So I'm sorry, guys, just playing around. But listen, she got prepared to become an astronaut, and from what I understand, after doing all of this, pursuing her whole life a purpose to become an astronaut, she was cut from the program before she even got a chance to go up into the ISS. Now, this is what the dream was. The dream was that she was going to become the first African American to actually be selected to go on to the to the ISS. And just months before the launch, Dr. Epps, just months before the launch, they stopped her from getting on the ISS. They withdrew her from the program, and from what I understand, they didn't give her any particular reason why they had withdrawn her from the program. It just simply says that, she's now withdrawn. Now, I want to tell you, she's not a novice. She did finish her degrees from college, and she did a good job. She got straight A's in school, I'm sure, and her dream was one day to become an astronaut. But I don't know, maybe she was sold a bill of goods. Maybe she reached the glass ceiling. Hillary was worried about that glass ceiling, that she was going to crash her head into it if she actually ascended to become president. She was going to shatter the glass ceiling, is what Hillary was going to do. And so apparently this woman here had reached the glass ceiling as well. Dr. Epps, the first African American astronaut assigned to the space crew, would have gone to space, but then they withdrew her. Unfortunately, NASA has not given a reason for withdrawing her, but says she will be considered for future missions. Well, maybe she'll go to Mars, or maybe she might go to Venus, because they've already been to Venus and they sent the robot to Venus. Or maybe she may fly back to the moon, because everybody knows we went to the moon, right? Well, we really know that we did not go to the moon, guys. I'm just being facetious. You know, I went over to the other side. The Earth is flat. We do have a dome over us, and we cannot leave the Earth. This is one of the things that we are not aware of, and there's a mass deception going on here. And this poor woman here, apparently she came up in life believing that, everything is just as they tell us on the news, that, the Earth is round, it's a sphere, and water goes around the curve and never falls off the Earth. And then, hold it, here's my trolls. My trolls called me up and they said, well, listen, if the Earth is flat then what keeps the water on the flat Earth? Well, listen, I think a bigger question is, if the Earth is round, what keeps the water on the round Earth? How does that work, And then another thing, if the Earth is round and it's 2/3 water, or maybe even more, 75% water, then we're looking at a situation where we only have part of the world and part of it's missing. I mean, if you just think about it, how much of the Earth is actually soil and how much of the Earth is actually water? And if the water evaporated, what would be left of the Earth? Nothing. Just a small fragment of space stuff left in space. So, guys, you got to think about this logically. You don't really not thinking about it logically. And I know that again, we want to defend, America, but that's just not the way to do it. I even had one guy get on there and he said, even if they were.
But check this out, though. Amazing water and sound experiment. Well, I'll be damned. Look at this shit. What the fuck going on? Look at that. Look at that. Really? They not telling us everything, man. Clearly. This ain't no everyday shit you just be seeing. Look at that. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright, bro. Y'all got all the answers around here. Oh, got it. Look at this. That's just crazy just off the sound though that it's doing that. Oh, he finna put it on one and just make the water look like it's standing still coming out of the damn thing. Watch this. I think this is the video. It ain't even gonna look like it's flowing no more. Reverse effect. Damn, look at that. That water is flowing out. Yet it's looking like it's reversing back up into the damn thing. Stop playing right now. Stop fucking playing right now. Man, stop playing right now. You don't know nothing. They're not telling us everything. Matter of fact, they lying about a bunch of shit. But check this out. They lying about a bunch of shit. Look. This ain't the video I was about to play, but check this out in the meantime. I want one of these so bad. If you know where I can buy one, let me know. I've been trying to find one for years.
I'm Anthony Mattia with DPX Systems. This is our drill-powered bike that operates off a standard 18-volt power drill, cordless drill. Utilizes this bike at 2.5 miles at about 14 miles an hour. This is the DPX Systems Pit Pass. Same principle with a 36-volt drill versus the 18-volt drill. This is the DPX System power-assisted wheelchair. Transforms a manually operated wheelchair into a power assist unit.
That shit's go hard though. Alright, here you go. And check this out right here. Alright, I'm gonna play this 5G shit. I'm gonna get this 5G Wi-Fi shit up here. That shit look pretty cool though. Hey, out on this bitch. I can't wait to ride this motherfucker. Look at this shit. Controlling it with the cell phone and shit. Not even on this shit. Yeah. I'm gonna hit tricks and shit. Yeah. Off-road on the motherfucker. Let's go. Yeah. I'm gonna do a live stream on this shit when I get my shit. Some type of way. Alright. Pretty cool, right? Alright. And then I started looking for jet skis and shit and all type of watercrafts and shit on that Alibaba Express to see what I'm trying to. I'm trying to get these jet skis. But look at these shits.
Seem to get more mechanized every year. The popularity of motor
These shits from 1956.
So it's not surprising that a London firm has started producing
these water scooters. These water scooters from 1956. And more kind of thing. These ladies carrying their own shit out here, first of all. You can't even get no women to even do no shit like that in the daytime. The whole idea that they even carrying this shit out here in the first place is amazing to me. I can't even picture no women in today's times even carrying shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Ain't no group of women out doing no shit like this together, carrying shit.
This looks a nice, lazy way of spending an afternoon.
Look at this shit, cranking that bitch up. Look how she's sitting on this motherfucker. Damn, man.
We'll be racing across the channel from Cali to Dover.
Sitting like a straight dude on this motherfucker. Cranking that bitch up. Dim on that shit.
Orders are coming in from all over the world.
Why they don't sell these in today's times no more? Or do they sell these? They got better shit now. Man, this shit was from 1956, Jack. 56? They had the good technology. This shit was some exclusive shit. Look, stand up motion on this bitch. Like they skiing and shit. Yeah, look, she about to fall on that bitch. Look, hold on.
Look. Even the best of riders must fall off sometimes, but there's no need to be alarmed. When that happens, the engine automatically throttles back and the rudder turns, bringing the scooter around in a gentle circle to pick up its passenger.
Look, had the technology built in for it to bring it back around, pick you up.
But no one can say that it's not more exciting.
Man, I thought that was Snoochie Boochie for a second. I thought, oh girl. Look at Snoochie Boochie. Alright. Thanks, Mom, now, for that. Now, let's get to this shit. Oh, damn, hold up. Where them comments at? My fault. Niggas probably typing shit. Oh, let me see. Atlas is on COD. Entertainment, my ass. Put water in space. Yeah, space is water.
But at night it lights up really nice.
Jose Lugo says these tall metal towers quickly popped up after Brooklyn Battery Tunnel toll booths came down.
That's cool, has something to do with residents. Yeah.
It's a $100 million
that's deep, right? Yeah.
project.
Hey, check this shit out though. Hey, look, I'm gonna look up the Machio Kaku after this.
So what are they exactly?
Are you saying you can't comment to me? You know.
That's the
turn shit up.
It's a $100 million.
But at night it lights.
Turn this shit up for you. Look how these motherfuckers coming though. They don't give a fuck about you. I'm gonna tell you.
But at night it lights up really nice.
Jose Lugo says these tall metal towers quickly popped up after Brooklyn Battery Tunnel toll booths came down.
We don't really know what's the purpose of this.
It's a $100 million MTA project full of secrecy, with 18 of these for the tunnels and bridges. So what are they exactly?
Are you saying you can't comment to me? You know.
That's the MTA's man in charge of bridges and tunnels, Cedric Fulton, dodging our questions.
Not even later can we talk to you about it, or can I make an appointment?
Some MTA board members, including New York City Transportation Commissioner Polly Trottenberg, say they know too little about the towers, even with about half the money spent and some of the towers up.
A lot of the board members felt like they didn't have all the details they would have wanted, myself included.
Residents who say they suspect there is much more going on with these towers than meets the eye wonder, will they ever know what's going on inside them?
I'm going to guess it's probably not just a decoration.
It's a bit mind-boggling that the MTA is approving $100 million for what appears to us to be big decorative pylons.
John Caney is leader of the watchdog group Reinvent Albany.
What we're asking for is transparency from the MTA.
We demanded answers from MTA Chairman Joe Loda.
Some of your own board members say they don't know the specifics.
The base of these new pieces that are going up include whatever fiber optics are necessary for those of Homeland Security items.
In other words, anti-terror technology. Could it one day include facial recognition? We don't know. He won't say.
I'm not at liberty to discuss
exactly
that.
what that
so
shit
watch
is.
as more of these expensive towers rise, with mystery
That's
tucked
exactly
away
what the
inside
fuck
them.
that is.
In Lower Manhattan, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
They brought it
Hey
out.
guys, it's KJ from the Scariest Movie Ever channel on YouTube. So for quite a while I've been following this story about 5G and the developing network. And it's my opinion that this is a physical manifestation of what I call the beast system. Quicker connections, more streamlined videos. I mean, who wouldn't want that? But as most of us know, you typically can't trust the official story on most things. And when we really start looking into this 5G system, I personally start seeing a few major red flags. One is the damage that it can do to nature and also humanity.
Hey, it was this movie that came out, and I think it had Will Smith in it. And it was like the government, it was like somebody was tracking him. And in the movie, he had this little device or whatever, and he dropped it in this dude's bag. But like the government could track you, and like they had these cameras and shit, where they was like watching him and shit. I can't remember the name of this movie, if somebody know what I'm talking about. I think it was Will Smith. It might have been a white man though that was in the position that I'm talking about. But I thought that was Will Smith. He had like this little fucking walkie-talkie radio-looking device, and he dropped it in somebody's bag because he was being followed or some shit. Anyway, that's what them camera things reminded me of that they had, that facial recognition shit and shit like that. And China already got that type of shit going on. Matter of fact, I never did Enemy of the State. That's the name of it. Yeah, that is the name of it. Enemy of the State. Thank you, Beers. Thank you. I knew somebody knew what the fuck I was talking about. Yeah, that movie. That's just what the fuck they bringing out now. You know what I'm saying? All that shit be some old, that shit they be showing back then, they bringing that shit out. It's like the Jetsons cartoon and shit. I just showed the Jetsons little lady and shit, them little robots and shit. And man, I didn't even get to actually show y'all the robot that I was, the main one that I wanted to show y'all. It was actually these server robots. They look like ladies. They look like robot ladies with these like gowns on. These, it looked like real shit. The lady from the Jetsons, that type of gown, that maid looking, maybe that's what that is, a maid's gown. Well, these robots is tall, like 6 feet tall. They got that maid gown on, and they just servers at like a Chinese buffet or some shit out there in China or wherever the fuck they, well, I would imagine, yeah, in China. They got servers that's bringing out these platters of food to people, and the robot just rolling out that motherfucker with the food and coming up to the table, and you got to just take the food off of the tray and shit, and then the robot just fucking go back on about his business and shit. Like, that's what time it is. It's the age of the robots right now. Like, we really finna start getting it popping with these fucking robots for real. So I hope y'all ready for this shit. Check this shit out though. Let me play this shit right here though. This shit's serious right here.
And the other side of it is something that I question. We know that the New World Order is all about control. It's also about depopulation. And I find both of those subjects when I look into the 5G beast system. On one hand, it is harming people. And on the other hand, it literally seems to be a manifestation of the beast system control grid.
What's up, guys? Spencer D here. End of August 2017. I just wanted to make a quick video to maybe help people start looking up at these new cell towers they're putting up everywhere. You can't go much more than a mile without seeing a new one. They all seem to be at about, 100, 150 feet high. This one happens to be in my aunt's backyard. From what I hear, they're putting off radiation like you wouldn't believe. As you can see, this one right here.
Right in somebody's backyard.
That's what they are. 5G microwave death machines. I mean, whatever they are. They're not telling us what they are, and they appear to pop up overnight. But start looking around for these. You see all those power cables going up the side? Those are thick power cables. There's no reason for them to be all connected to all that stuff. 5G, huh? That's what's next. And this is what's going to allow it. Start looking for these guys. They're putting them in inconspicuous places. Places that already have a tower that's 150 feet high. They'll just nonchalantly put these little rectangle receivers or whatever they are, those things, they'll just put them right around a tower that's already up. We have here downtown what's called the Nut House, Lansing Lugnuts. It's our minor league baseball team. The Nut House is across the street, and they have a tower that's about 150 feet high. I just noticed that they put a bunch of these rectangles all around the tower. And it's like inconspicuous, and they just go up overnight. Nobody notices them. Nobody's talking about them. And I've seen guys with their measuring devices out, and these things are putting off mad radiation. Like, it's something that people need to start talking about. Start noticing how often you see these things. They're going up everywhere.
Many of us see signs of a very dangerous time to come. This will be the full realization of the New World Order, where the government really is in complete and total control of the people. But how could they get there? How can they watch all of us? How can they find all of us? Well, it seems this 5G network might play into that. These are the prison bars of the prison planet. And they will use technology to find us and also to confine us.
Wednesday, August 9th, 2017, in a patriotic, working-class old California neighborhood, on a beautiful, warm California summer day, we find, right in the center of these two trees, a huge cell tower. The array is very, very dense, and I can only imagine the energies, the electromagnetic frequencies that are bombarding this neighborhood and these people 24/7, 365. However, this first cell tower is right near this second cell tower. Now, this array is probably no more than 40 feet tall. These are one-story buildings, and that's right in the back of these one-story homes. So within 200 yards of each other, the communications industry thinks that it's completely acceptable for this neighborhood to endure the electromagnetic frequencies of these two huge cell towers. However, this is the first cell tower, this is the second cell tower, and just off to the north is a third cell tower. This is coming to your neighborhood too. It may not be as gross and as industrial as a tower, but the 5G system will be in everyone's neighborhood very soon. That's the plan. So my suggestion to you is learn how to shield your home from the electromagnetic frequencies. Your home is where you rest and recuperate. And take a look at the paints that are available, the screenings that are available. There are many technologies out there that can make your home a safe haven from this type of electromagnetic frequency radiation.
Those type of things.
And there's one other thing that I want to say. It's time to learn how to detox the heavy metals from your body.
Damn, look, he talking about detoxing heavy metals from your body and shit. Hey, why would those, they wouldn't even be having them protective things to exist if you ain't need that shit. If it wasn't a need for it, he said the paint. He said even the paint is like microwave reducing in the screen and shit like that to protect yourself from these radio waves. Hey, cause just imagine if we could see all the waves in the air and shit. Like all the microwaves and the Bluetooth waves and radio waves and fucking Wi-Fi waves and all these waves. I meant to play a video to show the depiction that if we could see these waves in the air, what it would look like. But we'll get on that shit later.
Bodies, because the heavy metals serve as an antenna and they magnify the effects of the electromagnetic frequencies within your body. So, on Wednesday, August 9th, 2017, this is being shot with a smartphone, keep in mind. I don't have any way of zooming in on any of these things to make them look more dramatic, but the fact that these three huge towers are so close to a residential neighborhood, they're in a residential neighborhood, is a message that is being given by the communications industry to the citizens of the United States and the world that the communications industry does not care. So remember, you saw this. There's one to the left, two in the center, and a third right here, disguised as a tree.
I just saw this story the other day. I thought it was interesting, and it started me more on this path. Humans are all connected by special Wi-Fi in our brains. They call it the interbrain. And through this, scientists believe that we are all connected, which is also a great metaphor for this 5G system. And that's why it should come as no surprise we're seeing so many stories about transhumanism, the rise of robots. Because they're trying to connect humanity to the internet. They're trying to connect humanity to this 5G system. The USA is currently leading the way on 5G at the June 2016 press conference where the FCC head Tom Wheeler announced the upcoming of low, mid, and high spectrums. There was no mention of health effects whatsoever, but the dangers are very real. Thousands of studies link low-level wireless radio frequency radiation exposures to a long list of adverse biological effects, including DNA single and double-strand breaks, oxidative damage, disruption of cell metabolism, increased blood-brain barrier permeability, melatonin reduction, disruption to brain glucose metabolism, and generation of stress proteins. And let's not forget that in 2011, the World Health Organization classified radio frequency radiation as a possible 2B carcinogen, which means it causes cancer. More recently, the $25 million National Toxicology Program concluded that radio frequency radiation of the type currently used by cell phones can cause cancer. One of the biggest concerns is how these new wavelengths will affect the skin. The human body has between 2 million to 4 million sweat ducts, and our sweat ducts act like an array of antennas when exposed to these wavelengths, meaning that we become more conductive.
Listen to that shit.
A recent New York study which experimented with 60 gigahertz waves stated that the analysis of penetration depths show that more than 90% of the transmitted power is absorbed in the epidermis and dermis layers of our skin.
Damn.
There's also the effects on the eyes. There was a 1994 study that found that low-level millimeter microwave radiation produced lens opacity in rats, which is linked to the production of cataracts. And there's also the effects on the heart. There was a 1992 Russian study that found that frequencies in the range of 53 to 78 gigahertz, and that's the same which 5G proposes to use, had impacted the heart rate variability. It's an indicator of stress in rats. It also has effects on the immune system. There was a 2002 Russian study that examined the effects of 42 Hz microwave radiation exposure on the blood of healthy mice. And it was soon concluded that the whole body exposure of healthy mice to low-intensity EHF and EMR had a more than profound effect on their immunity. And of course, there's also effects on cell growth rates. There was a 2016 Armenian study that observed MMWs at low intensity mirroring the future environment brought about by 5G. Their study conducted on E. coli and other bacteria stated that the waves had depressed their growth as well as, quote, changing properties and activity of the cells. In 2007 and again in 2012, a group of scientists and public health experts released a report suggesting people reconsider our relationship with these energy fields. Known as the Bioinitiative Report, its aim is to assess scientific evidence on how EMFs impact our health. The conclusion is that we need to drastically reduce our EMF exposure. They said not everything is known yet about this subject. What is clear is that the existing public safety standards limiting these radiation levels in nearly every country of the world look to be thousands of times too lenient.
Damn.
So there's a system that's set up in the UK, and it started back in 2001. It's called the TETRA, T-E-T-R-A system. So it started off as a home office microwave system. It turned out that it's become the mainstay of British police force communications, and it's been placed in every major population center since. The British government spent £2.5 billion, with a B, billion pounds on a 400 megahertz pulse-modulated microwave transmitter network which broadcasts 17.6 hertz into the brains of all Britain's police and anyone living near the planned transmitters. It's said to cause disruption of neural networks, leading to behavioral and character changes, also manic behavior, followed by nervous exhaustion, also disruption of higher brain functions.
A Team 10 consumer alert tonight. The more we rely on smartphones, the more data we want and the more antennas we need. But at what cost? Workers say they're getting injured working on those antennas, and the constant push for more towers is putting them at risk.
Team 10 troubleshooter Kristen Severin joins us. And Kristen, you talked to a San Diego company with a solution to keeping them safe.
Yeah, there are 600,000 cell phone tower sites in the United States. They're everywhere, on the sides of buildings, streetlights, water tanks. But Team 10 learned thousands of those towers violate federal rules that are supposed to keep workers safe.
Look at that shit.
It hurts, like how?
Benjamin Rivas has worked on cell phone towers for 14 years.
I was dealing with them day in and day out.
He quit after an antenna that should have been powered down was still live.
Physically burned my hand.
The burn is a work injury you can see.
You get burned on the outside, but internally it blisters.
Other problems, he said, caused by the towers aren't as easy to spot.
Depression, and I get headaches from time to time, and
he said it burnt on the outside, but
Rivas is one
blistered
of
on the inside of his
250,000
shit.
workers a year. An insurance rating agency said gets too close to these antennas. They act as an open microwave and can cause eye damage, sterility, and cognitive damages.
What we're going to go do is I'm going to show you the invisible footprint of these potentially hazardous areas that workers don't see.
Drew Fountain has a $20,000 meter that measures the RF frequencies.
And the amount of power that really comes off a lot of these antennas.
He co-founded RF Check,
Talk about,
a San Diego company that tracks where every tower is in the U.S.
there's 22.
An RF frequency over 20% can injure people. Over 100% can burn someone.
We're over the limit for the workers.
Cell phone tower workers, roofers, painters, anyone that comes in contact with the antennas.
I got a 150 reading this morning.
Many tower sites have these signs. Does anybody even see these?
Signs are dismissed by workers. This doesn't really say anything beyond this point. The law requires that the workers be made aware of these areas before they get near them. And that's not being done today.
Since 1985, the FCC has required workers be made aware of these dangers, but doesn't say how to alert them. The FCC gave notice of a proposed rule change 2 years ago for the cell companies and site owners to figure out the how.
Recognize what these are.
Fountain said that hasn't happened.
They're leaving it all up to the cell phone company
and not protecting the little guy.
From here to here is the RF danger zone. Fountain wants workers to know about these areas before they show up to any cell phone site.
They probably lie about the thing.
Fountain helped develop RF Check to do just that, the only comprehensive database of every wireless antenna in the nation. They're working with the FCC to get it used across the entire industry. Workers would check the tower sites before any job. RF Check would be paid for like E911. That's the fee we pay for emergency services. So you could see a few cents more on your cell phone bill, but they're still trying to figure out that exact amount. I'm Team 10 troubleshooter Kristen Severin. All right, Kristen.
Digital meters in that.
So it's also interesting to take a look at what Wi-Fi can do to our fertility. There's been a lot of research on this, and one study examined the relationship between human sperm health and internet-connected laptops utilizing Wi-Fi. This form of internet connectivity is wildly popular, obviously, with many chain restaurants and coffee shops offering the service for free around the clock. But what the researchers found was quite shocking, especially if you're a regular laptop user. And pay attention to this right here. After just 4 hours of using a Wi-Fi connected laptop, a significant decrease in the quality of sperm was observed. So that set of studies was conducted back around 2011. We're in 2018 now. Here's a story from 2017. Sperm counts of Western men plummeting, analysis finds. And throughout this article, they keep questioning what's happening, as if they have no idea where this is coming from. So as time has gone on, and as time continues, we are all going to be connected to this in one way or another.
From niggas keeping their cell phone in their
So not a surprise you're going to find your fair amount of propaganda around
shit,
this.
by your genitals.
Yeah, this system doesn't want you afraid of it. They just want to put it in place. I found several stories like this. This one's from the Telegraph. Wi-Fi is not harming our children. Here's the evidence. And every one of these articles are the same. They're just playing down any of the research that's been out there showing the opposite. So we go from that story to this one. Why fried? Do wireless routers really kill plants? You may have heard of this story. It recently happened back in December. Some students in Denmark, and these were children, they did a school experiment and they found that cress, or seeds, growing near Wi-Fi routers went brown.
Look at this.
And here's an image from that experiment. You can clearly see the healthy on the left and the unhealthy on the right.
That clearly showed that them Wi-Fi routers doing something, man.
The crest on the left was not exposed to wireless signals, where the one on the right
Look at this shit.
was exposed to two.
And this was going to tie into what I was going to say about...
This is one woman's experience of living on the top floor under cell antennas for 2 months.
I was going to say about them meters. I've been seeing years and years ago that they was going to replace those electric box meters, the little fuse type shit or whatever they call it that they plug in that bitch, the meter itself. I've been looking and noticing and waiting to see if these motherfuckers is going to ever take mine out, because I had one of the analog ones or whatever, you know. They had that little wheel turning in that motherfucker. But shit, at some point, I used to always look over there to see, every time I passed by my box, to see if that shit, if they had did anything. And then one day I noticed they did. And I didn't even notice them disconnect the power on my crib when they did that shit. Because you know that shit disconnect your power for a second. When they pop that motherfucking thing out, that's how niggas be stealing power and shit in the hood. Them motherfuckers will take that fucking meter out, and niggas will go get one and just break that shit back open and pop that bitch in. Your shit be back working again. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they came and took my shit out and put one of them digital ones in that motherfucker. Now, them digital ones is how they like they can read and control your shit from like from the headquarters now. And like it that digital meter they put in there, it tell them more information on what's drawing what current and shit like that in your crib. They know what you got plugged in, like refrigerators, TVs, stoves, and microwaves. They know like what type of devices you use, and they'll send you a motherfucking report talking about what type of equipment you using in your shit. But yeah, what I was gonna say about them digital meters, the reason why I'm even talking about that is because I seen years ago that them digital meters kill plant life, and that them digital meters is on the 5G shit, and that shit is killing shit. And it was showing like and what was crazy is I witnessed that shit firsthand. And they actually in this video about to show some of the shit that I'm talking about. But my neighbors, I noticed that my neighbors had, one of their meters had one of them digital boxes in it, and they just so happened to have this little tree, like some weeds, or like this wild tree or some shit that was growing up under that box and around that shit, like some shrubbery. And I noticed that that shit was dying that was around that motherfucking thing, just like they said. Like that tree was dead over there in the side. You know what I'm saying? Where around where that fucking new meter was at. And I was like, man, this shit fucking retarded. And they was saying, like, if you got one of them new digital meters is around your bedroom or some shit where you sleep at, that you need to do something. I seen shit showing how to try and stop that shit from fucking with you. Because it was saying, like, you don't really want to be in no room that's near that motherfucking meter all the time and shit, and going to sleep around that shit, because it'd be affecting your ass.
It started with my daughter.
Like this.
She initially got a rash on her leg that was sort of unexplainable, and when she was trying to explain to me what it felt like, she kept saying it was kind of funny because it wasn't hurting inside or on the skin. She said it was hurting in the skin. And then a few days later she got another rash on her arm, and then another small kind of stranger rash, and it was the same thing. And then one day in the kitchen she was holding something and she dropped it because she said it felt like the blood in her hand went cold and in a wave along her hand to her fingertips, and then her hand stayed numb for about 15 minutes. Some more of the symptoms include a sort of hissing in my ear, in particular when I'm in my apartment, but for about 3 days, anywhere I went, it would just sort of come in. I kind of felt like an antenna, and I'd sort of kind of go like, trying to find the place where the hissing or the buzzing stopped. I've not slept in my apartment since last Saturday, so a week ago now, and the buzzing went away after about 3 days. And also the feeling of tingling all over my body slowly started to go away. But I have noticed that whenever I'm in other buildings now or anywhere close to, I don't even know what, because I was never sensitive before. I'm no Luddite. I have computers. I have all the stuff that most of us have, and I've never been sensitive at all. But now wherever I go, I'm feeling the same as I felt in my apartment, feeling dizzy and nauseous and a sort of a metallic taste in my mouth, headache and pressure on my head, and just feeling like I want to sort of faint or throw up. And that's wherever I go now. So I've found myself becoming increasingly sensitive to my own computer and my own cell phone in ways that I never was before.
Imagine the implications of a weapon with no visible trace. A weapon that could knock out tanks, ships, and planes as fast as the speed of light. The same technology with modifications could disorient and even tranquilize military personnel, rendering them virtually helpless in the battle zone. These are the new weapons of war we will examine in this series. For the past 40 years, the world has been riveted by the threat of nuclear war, and more recently by the prospect of space defenses using lasers and other modern technologies. But while both sides at the Geneva Summit will be focusing on these matters, progress is being made in even newer weapons that could render any arms agreement relatively useless.
Same shit and claim it was real.
Lightning is the most dramatic form of energy to be found in nature. Scientists have succeeded in creating limited types of artificial lightning, and some think that these could be the forerunners of a new type of directed energy weapon, part of a family of weapons which operate within the radio frequency segment of the electromagnetic spectrum, and are thus referred to as radio frequency weapons. Dr. James Frazier has researched electromagnetic effects for the Air Force for over 10 years, and he, like a small but growing number of weapons experts, feels that radio frequency, or RF weapons, could be the wild card in the ongoing arms race.
You could have tremendous amounts of radiative power. And what you did with that power then is a matter of engineering design and what your goal is.
Robert Bass, a physicist and PhD in mathematics, is working on U.S. weapons research. He says that the Soviets seem to be ahead in a number of areas, and especially in RF weapons.
We are behind the Soviet Union in directed energy weapons based on 60 gigahertz microwave beams.
Dr. Bass and others feel the most likely form of Soviet RF weaponry would be high-powered microwaves, similar to a focused, ultra-high-intensity radar beam. It would literally cook humans and knock out computers and electronic surveillance and communications gear. An operational RF weapon, relatively cheap and reusable, could devastate sophisticated and expensive war machinery. The $20 million F-16 fighter, for example, is totally controlled through electronic sensors and computers. With no manual flight controls, the plane would literally fall out of the sky after being hit with a high-intensity pulse of microwave radiation. Scientists say that microwaves and other types of RF pulses operating at specific frequencies or windows can be transmitted with little or no loss of power. Machines known as gyrotrons can produce the massive pulses needed to drive these devices, and it's believed that the Soviet Union has a 3 to 5 year lead in this technology. Over the past year, CNN has repeatedly asked the Department of Defense and the Air Force about radio frequency weapons. After much resistance, DoD finally said that the subject was too sensitive to discuss. In my next report, unexplained cloud-like phenomena which may be evidence of a Soviet breakthrough in RF technology. Chuck DeCaro, CNN Special Assignments. This is a Soviet LIDA machine. It transmits low-energy radio pulses between 0 and 100 cycles per second. In the Soviet Union, LIDAs have been used for years to tranquilize psychiatric patients without physical contact. This sound, which is received by shortwave radios in the United States, is generated by another Soviet radio frequency device. It is known as the woodpecker because of its tapping noise. It is broadcast by a number of high-powered radio transmitters operating deep in the Soviet Union since July 4, 1976. Though the official Defense Department explanation of the woodpecker is that it is an over-the-horizon radar designed to track U.S. missile launches, some scientists suspect that the woodpecker is designed to interfere with human brain function.
As far as I'm concerned, the potential that this has for producing a direct psychoactive effect upon the total American population is there. Has never been disproven.
Dr. Robert Becker is a pioneer in the field of bioeffects of electromagnetism.
The signal range within which the woodpecker operates is that which has been reported by many investigators to produce a tranquilizing effect upon animals.
We are just incredibly sensitive to these magnetic stimuli.
Dr. Bob Beck, a PhD in nuclear engineering, has done extensive research into electromagnetic effects on humans.
The signal was permeating power grids in the United States. It was being picked up by power lines, re-radiated. It was coming into the homes on the light circuits.
I was surprised after coming here that the influence of electromagnetic fields was almost completely ignored here.
Dr. Larissa Valenskaya was heavily involved in Soviet electromagnetic research before being allowed to emigrate to the United States. She told CNN about Soviet research in electromagnetic effects.
They demonstrated theoretically and also demonstrate experimentally that low frequency, low energy electromagnetic fields also can possess biological, even carries energy, but also carries information.
She stated that the research was carried out on orders from the Soviet government.
Of course, the military were extremely interested in
apparently, with weak magnetic fields. The study also showed that RF signals could dissolve certain types of rat brain cells at a distance, causing disorientation and nausea. According to the scientists, even though the program was successful, the government never followed up on it. Dr. James Frazier did electromagnetic research for the U.S. Air Force for many years. At one time, he proposed a battlefield RF weapon system.
You could make an antenna that would be carryable by a helicopter, and that this could be expected to produce a wide variety of symptoms, actually, by humans who happen to be standing in a beam.
According to Dr. Fraser, the Air Force never followed up.
Bullshit.
At Lawrence Livermore Laboratory,
right
another RF weapons concept is nicknamed the brain bomb. According to the book Star Warriors, the brain bomb would focus a nuclear blast into a huge pulse of low-frequency RF energy that would stun huge numbers of troops. Apparently, it too has not yet been funded. The Department of Defense will not comment about Soviet RF weapons, or if American RF weapons development is going forward. However, experts interviewed by CNN say that the Soviets are apparently ahead and could exploit that lead in a surprise strategic move, a move that could have grave consequences for the United States. From Washington, this is Chuck DeCaro, CNN Special Assignments. This is a Tesla coil. It was invented some 90 years ago, but now a growing number of experts in the United States feel that it may form the basis of a new generation of Soviet weapons. They are known as radio frequency, or RF weapons, because they operate in the radio frequency spectrum. Their existence is noted in this U.S. Department of Defense publication, which says the Soviets could use them to destroy components of missiles, to interfere with radar and other electronic systems, and even to alter human mind functions. The concept of RF weaponry was predicted at the turn of the century by Nikola Tesla, an American who had emigrated from Yugoslavia. He is best remembered as the man who invented alternating current electricity. In 1899, Tesla built this giant coil which produced 10 million volts of artificial lightning. From it, he theorized the possibility of death rays. This and many other of his ideas about the physics of electricity were ridiculed by the scientific establishment.
Pure science is not a sure thing. You can't predict what's going to work out and what's not going to work out.
Robert Golka, a research scientist, built a replica of the Tesla coil about 80 years later. Golka was trying to produce a phenomenon known as ball lightning. He also used the Tesla coil to conduct testing for the U.S. Air Force.
What I was doing was setting in maybe 5-foot-long models of advanced fighter aircraft, and we would want to try to find out which part of the airplane was more vulnerable to lightning strikes, whether it was a wingtip or the canard where the pilot sat.
These experiments could also demonstrate the effect of the electromagnetic pulse of a nuclear blast, and Golka says the effect of RF weapons as well. Golka thinks that Tesla's theory that electromagnetic power could be transmitted through the Earth and its atmosphere without wires is a key element in the Soviet Union's work on RF weapons. Tesla's novel weapons theories were generally ignored in the United States. Nikola Tesla died in 1943, and after the Second World War, all his papers and effects were shipped to his native Yugoslavia, where they were enshrined in a museum. Some say that that museum proved to be a gold mine for Soviet weapons scientists.
We haven't even formally, so far as I know, to ourselves admitted that these weapons exist in the hands of the Soviet Union.
Weapons analyst Tom Bearden, a retired U.S. Army lieutenant colonel, is among a small group of scientists and engineers who believe that the Soviets have perfected Tesla's ideas and are developing radio frequency weapons on a scale unimagined in this country.
There have been a series of tests of these kinds of weapons, apparently, for a number of years. For example, airliners from Iran, before the fall of the Shah, saw deep within the Soviet Union very large, glowing spherical balls of light, which started out small and then expanded to very large size, which are apparently these kinds of weapons for use in an anti-ballistic missile defense role.
Bearden believes that these satellite photographs are of mysterious non-nuclear explosions near an uninhabited island in the East Siberian Sea, and that they are discharges from an RF weapon that uses intersecting energy beams called scalars.
In doing so, you can create, for example, either an electromagnetic explosion at a distance, or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. And I believe the thing on April the 9th, 1984, off the coast of Japan that involved several 747 jet airliners, I believe that incident was a test of a cold explosion weapons. At least it met all the characteristics.
Pilot Doug Happ was in one of the 5 airline crews that saw an incredibly large cloud rising from the moonlit overcast below.
It looked like a plate coming up through an overcast, but it just kept expanding.
I have a question. Which palm tree looks the healthiest? This one? This one? This one? That one? Or that one?
You said which one don't look the healthiest?
I have another question. Which palm tree looks the sickest? That one? That one? That one? That one? Or that one?
This nigga in the hood, too. You hear this shit in the back?
Well, if
if you said that one, you're right.
Clearly that one is dead.
Would you like to live next to a cell tower?
The sickest look at it right next to the tower. I told you.
Here's another story I found very interesting, and I think this is a good one to end the video on.
That shit killing shit.
Wi-Fi visualization lets us see the ghostly waves that surround us. Louis Hernan, a PhD candidate with the Architecture and Interaction Design Group at Newcastle University, is exploring a concept, and he's developed a machine that turns internet signals into vibrant LED-based forms. So these are actual images of the experiment, and what you're looking at are Wi-Fi waves. And these things are all around us at all times. It's crazy to think how many of these towers are going up, how many more of these signals are scrambling all around us. And could there be spiritual entities, beings, inside of these Wi-Fi signals? And if so, it's even creepier to think that these things are infiltrating the human body and the human mind. So food for thought, I guess. And I'll leave you with that. This 5G beast system is going up.
Look at this shit.
Marines and several other DoD representatives had quite the heated demonstration at Quantico, Virginia from the Joint Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate.
This is a military area. Move away from the perimeter. I say again, this is a military area. Move away from the perimeter.
Their new active denial system boasts a reach far beyond any other non-lethal system.
Well, it's a versatile system, and it has a range of non-lethal capability that we can't even come close to with any of our fielded systems today that are in our military forces.
About 7 football fields to give it some perspective. It can deter individuals on a military perimeter all the way up to a riotous crowd. All without permanent harm.
It only penetrates 1/64 of an inch of your skin. Goes very shallow into where your nerve receptors are, and there's no permanent injury caused by it. Very safe system. We built in some safety margins and training for the operators.
They even let any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, and Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
It is something that, once again, probably the safest system that we've developed as far as the non-lethal capability.
From Washington, I'm Sergeant Andrew Milner.
See? They'll cook the shit out your ass. They got all the technology to fuck your ass right on up. You know what I'm saying? The people have all that shit about the people overthrowing the government and all that, they can get that shit out of their mind. But they will fire your ass up. I'm telling you, if you come with that bullshit, they got something ready for your ass. These folk ain't playing, they not relinquishing no power. You better get with God. That's about the only option you got. Is to get with God or get
DoD's active denial technology and future solid-state active denial technology system will produce a focused beam of directed energy to provide our troops a non-lethal option to stop, deter, and turn back suspicious individuals.
Hold on, let's see China new microwave weapon they got. This shit's there 2-3 months ago. Big shit.
This one, which recently won China's National Science and Technology Progress Award, is small enough to fit on a lab workbench, making it theoretically portable enough for land vehicles and aircraft. Said another way, it's small enough to be convenient, but powerful enough to totally down enemy electronics. A microwave weapon like this could even be fitted to a missile, like the US Champ electronic warfare missile, or drone. Generally, microwave weapons shut down electronic systems, even those with traditional shielding against TMP, by bombarding the target with energy pulses between 300 and 300,000 megahertz. This amount of directed energy interferes with and overloads electronic circuits, causing them to shut down. The higher the energy produced by the system, the greater the disruption, and even physical damage for some very high-powered microwave weapons. Of the targeted electronic systems like engines and communications systems, China can find a wide variety of uses for an electronics killing ray. Defensively, microwave weapons could be part of electronic warfare booby traps, ambushing and disabling enemy vehicles and robots. At close ranges, it can be mounted on vehicles, warships, and even aircraft, to disable and distract missiles, small Your
bombs and rockets and shit is old technology at this point. These motherfuckers shoot lasers and shit. They even got technology to direct sound straight to your ass. I seen some direct sound weapon type shit these motherfuckers got. It's like this little speaker type thing. They can aim just at you from a distance. They can point that shit right at your ass and talk to you where only you can hear that shit. Or a group of people. If y'all in the area where this thing is being pointed at, y'all will hear it. But if it's pointed a different way, you won't even hear what the fuck is being said. I'm gonna bring it up.
You're gonna have to cut to the left. That's all we're doing. Open the gate. I can't breathe.
How the fuck you caught out there like that? In California, like they was riding through fire and shit. You talking about you can't breathe and shit? This nigga get caught out there like this.
We're gonna get die, dude. We gotta get out of here.
Y'all should have got the fuck around that long time ago, bro. Nigga tried to wait it out. Man, boy, out here getting fucked up.
Let it go by. Let it go by. I'm gonna breathe, dude. Be alright. Be honest.
Ain't no fresh air around
we
that
should just charge? I think it'd be easier on that side. Yeah, we're good. Go. It's gonna be hard to breathe, dude. Are you videoing this? Yeah. I'm trying to, but I had it on my lap. I'm sorry. We should be driving into this gorge.
That shit crazy. Looks like they traveling through hell out there, motherfucker.
I can't breathe. Come on, Expedition, baby. You can do it, girl.
Damn, man, big body expedition out there, motherfucker.
That's the only option, dude. We couldn't have gone back. There was no way of going back. It was going to blow right through our house. Didn't tell me to evacuate this week. It almost killed, dude. Get home, I don't know what it is.
That shit crazy.
It's alright. It'll be alright. Or maybe not. I can't see, dude. I can't see the road. You're on the power line right now. Trail on power line. My eyes are burning, man. Oh, my eyes are burning too, dude, but we still got oxygen, so we're not dead yet. We're on the road.
No, we're not dead yet.
Dude, bust through that gate if we have to. I can't get out again, I guarantee it. My hands were burning going out there. I can't see. I can't see. God, dude.
Fuck.
Just get caught on fire. The road's on fire.
Damn, tires melting on that motherfucker.
It's true. Oh, good reaction, good reaction. We can't see the road. Well, I can't see anything neither.
Fuck.
We can't stop. We can't continue. There's something right in front of us, right in front of us. This gate. Push through, dude. Push through the gate. We cannot stop. I can't even get through that.
Sorry, girl. Wow. Okay.
Niggas running for their lives.
The body camera video you are about to see was shot in the hills above the neighborhood where we are standing tonight. It was shot during the first 4 hours of Sunday's firestorm.
Hey, most people don't even think about that. Don't even think about that. She in front of a green screen.
We are standing tonight. It was shot during the first 4 hours.
She is not on the scene at a rubbish right there.
The body camera video you are about to see was shot in the hills above the neighborhood where we are standing tonight. It was shot during the first 4 hours of Sunday's firestorm.
Shut up, boss! Shut up, boss! Where you at? Where you at? Screw your shoe. Come on, she's disabled. All right, let me get her feet. Her husband's right behind you. Sheriff 174, we're doing a carry out. Ready? Hold on. There's a house on fire. Let's go. Oh, you gotta get her up. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. Watch your leg. Sir, you gotta go. Mark West is nearly impassable at this point. Don't hit me. Sanford, don't pass. Do not pass.
All them other trees ain't burnt up right there. Look at all this shit, y'all. How's that tree not burnt up right there, though? The fuck? Look, see that tree in front of the white truck right there? Like, some of them trees ain't even touched. Like these ones right here, right there in front of the burnt spot. Fuck. Look at that tree right there in the middle of all them houses right there that's burnt down to a crisp, down to the ground. How come that tree ain't even burnt up? They said this shit was direct energy weapon, man. Look at this shit.
They dig through
ash and lift pieces of destroyed mobile homes in search of any clues that someone may not have made it out of here alive.
We are basically digging through rubble. We're looking for, at this point, anything human, clothing could be, but everything has been burned up that we found, and we're finding bone, basically, is what it's been reduced to.
In addition to the dozens of volunteers from Marin, Monterey, and Sonoma County as part of the search and rescue effort, there are 5 cadaver dog teams here as well. They come from Alameda County.
They're doing a great job of searching around, giving us an idea of where to start searching.
Together, they do find another victim of the fire.
Nobody has ever dreamed that something like this would come across the hill so fast and come into a populated residential, area.
The fire that scorched Santa Rosa was so hot, one victim had to be identified through a medical implant, like a hip replacement.
It had the serial number on the implant, and we were able to find that implant and the serial number in the ash.
Now, the still daunting task of examining more than 250 missing persons reports, nearly a week after the fire broke out.
As flames in Northern California continue to spread out of control, authorities have begun the grim task of trying to find and identify those who couldn't escape their burning homes. Searchers in some areas are being helped by cadaver dogs. Authorities say some remains are so beyond recognition they will use serial numbers on medical implants like hip replacements to ID victims.
Some of them are merely ashes and bones, and we may never get truly confirmative identification on ashes. Cremated, you can't get ID.
Though firefighters have made some modest progress, fires have grown and now cover more than 300 square miles.
Cell phone service is still spotty. Companies like Verizon are using temporary microwave technology. To help people connect.
County officials are declaring a health emergency, asking homeowners not to sift through ashes once they do go home.
The public should not attempt to clean up fire-related debris. It is not safe. The ashes are toxic. It contains toxic materials.
Since when some shit that burned been toxic? I thought ashes was purified. Damn, tree on fire on the inside. Is that shit burning on the inside for real? That shit crazy.
Hello, my name is Lars Drudgaard. I come from the International Center Against Abuse of Covert Technologies, and I'm very honored that I have been given a chance to interview Mr. Barry Trower, together with my fellow Danish citizen, Mr. Stephen Bell.
My pleasure.
Maybe you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'll tell you how I came into this. In the 1960s, very early 1960s, I trained with the government microwave warfare establishment. I looked at all aspects of microwave warfare, and when I finished my time in the military, because I had a lot of expertise in the microwave field, I was asked if I would carry on with this research, and some people blow this out of all proportion. I was an agent
I don't like the word secret agent, because secret agent, when you say secret agent, people think of James Bond, who wasn't a secret agent and he wasn't a spy. James Bond, the fictitious character, is military intelligence. I wasn't military intelligence. I was an agent. I collected information secretly, and I spent 11 years collecting information from spies who were a very short part, a very small part of my work. I also questioned international terrorists, international criminals, anybody of immense interest I questioned, and I trained for quite a few years to learn how to do this. They found that there was an unusual number of breast cancers, childhood leukemias, other cancers, and they couldn't work out why. So they changed some of the staff, and then they went down with leukemias and cancers, and again they changed the staff, and then they looked into this and found they were being microwaved. And this is where the United States became a little bit naughty. They decided to keep this quiet. The Americans used their own people as initial guinea pigs to develop their own weapons. And then when it was discovered what was going on, initially there was a denial that you always get. Then there was a cover-up report, and finally a very renowned professor, I think he has about 18 professorships, John Goldsmith, he wrote the definitive proper report and found that low-level microwaves were causing an enormous amount of cancers and leukemias and ill effects. And by then, everybody was leaping onto the microwaves as stealth weapons, and they go from there, which was the 50s, right up to and including the present day. The ladies were protesting about having American missiles on English soil. And it was a peaceful protest. All they were doing were camping outside the perimeter of the American base. There was no violence, no swearing, no shouting. It was a peaceful protest. And it was found that from the American base, the ladies were being microwaved. And it was actually measured. They were being microwaved to make them sick. And in fact, when the figures came out, there was a disproportionate amount of tumours, personality changes, suicidal tendencies of the ladies. They were deliberately microwaved by the Americans for protesting about their base. With one pulse frequency, you can just make people so suicidal they can't be bothered to act like a demonstrator anymore. All they want to do is sleep or lay in bed all day. So if you're targeting demonstrators, you make them suicidally depressed. And they don't care about demonstrating anymore because they're too upset. Whereas if you want to cause a specific psychiatric illness, you would have an infrared device that followed the person, and you would link it to a pencil-thin microwave source, so the microwave beam would always target a specific gland or a specific part of the brain or an eye or a heart. So you would have them being targeted. They can cause insanity, and it was an experiment. One of the experiments was to take an ordinary sane person, cause insanity, and have a psychiatrist who was unknown to everybody diagnose schizophrenia or paranoia or a psychiatric illness. That was a successful outcome, and the person would spend the rest of their life in an asylum in misery, but to the government scientists that was a success.
Right. Was the guinea pig locked up?
Oh yeah. I mean, humans, the difference between humans are like guinea pigs. If they want to experiment on you, by the thousands they will, and you can be driven to insanity and death, and you just become a tick in a box without any so much as a feeling. Yeah, and this is what they do, and this is why they are above the law. It wasn't until around the 70s that this became secret. For some reason, it was talked about openly. You know, if I'm talking to a spy and I want to find out where the spy was trained, how the spy was recruited, over the 5-year period of training and everything that went on, it's going to take years and years and years.
I remember this movie I seen.
If you want to talk about microwaves and jets and microwave weapons, they'll just talk about it over a biscuit.
I remember this movie I seen. I remember when I was a kid. It had Martin Short, I believe, in the movie, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, I believe, was in it also. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger was in it, but I'm pretty sure Martin Short was in it. But they had shrunk this dude down in this little spaceship and put his ass up in this syringe, and then like they bumped into this dude. I think they bumped into Martin Short and made a mistake and injected his ass with the fucking. It wasn't supposed to be injected into him. Like they did some Honey I Shrunk the Kids type shit and shrunk this motherfucking spacecraft. Not even a spacecraft, like this type of water machine that was like a submarine, like a tiny ass baby submarine or some shit. And then like with these thrusters on it and shit. And I believe Arnold Schwarzenegger was the one controlling that craft or whatever, but it was injected inside dude's body, and like he could hear him talking to him inside his body and shit, and then he like sneezed his ass out or some shit. I can't even really remember the movie all the way, but I just remember like a part of it. But that shit was crazy as hell. Remind me of this shit right here. It was nanotechnology and shit, and that shit was from back in like the late 80s or early 90s. Matter of fact, hold on, let me see if I can find this movie.
And a cup of tea. It wasn't secret. Most governments talked openly, or people talked openly about it. It wasn't until the 70s, mid-70s, that I think the full potential of this globally came into force, and the governments decided then to put everything under the Official Secrets Acts. But until then, nothing was secret. It was just talked about openly. Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't. People didn't know about it. It wasn't general knowledge. You wouldn't meet somebody in the supermarket and say, "Have you got a chip in?" But the people that had them knew they had them, and they would go around talking about them, and other people would talk about them. Let's see. Whereby, with the special forces, you could send out...
This shit called Inner Space. Inner Space is a 1987 American science fiction comedy film directed by... Oh, I didn't see that, but it says it stars Dennis Quaid, Martin Short, and Meg Ryan, with Robert Picardo and somebody else. They originally thought it might be Michael J. Fox inside Arnold Schwarzenegger's body. Yeah, that's the name of that movie though. Inner Space. I'm gonna play this shit on my stream, man. Yeah, 1987? Fuck. Really? Is this it? Hold on. This gotta be it, because he was inside his body. Oh yeah, that was oh yeah, a scientifically miniaturized Marine unexpectedly find himself floating around inside the body of a hypochondriac and trying to outwit saboteurs who want the device that shrank him. Yeah, because actually they injected something else inside dude's body, I think, this other little thing, to go in there and attack dude's ass. That shit was crazy. Okay. Yeah, attempts by his colleagues to retrieve the little man, protected inside his tiny submarine, are hampered by the would-be thieves. Yeah, I think the would-be thieves injected one of they dudes up in him. This shit crazy, yo. Can't even remember I remembered that shit. Alright. Man, this shit crazy.
If you had an idea roughly what country they were in, you could send down a beam from a satellite. The chip would be switched on by the beam, energized, and would send a signal back. You've got that type of chip. The other type is when it is pulsing continuously to stimulate, let's say, a gland in the body at a set frequency, to produce a specific chemical that will produce a specific biochemical response in the brain. So you can have one working permanently, and you can have them working intermittently, and you can have them that will only work if they are stimulated. Yeah, I mean, voices are the easiest ones, because all you have to do is stimulate the cochlea with a set resonant frequency. It's very easy. Voices are very easy, and it isn't people imagining voices. They physically hear them. They physically hear. As I'm talking to you, my voice isn't inside your brain. My voice goes no further than an inch into your ear, no further at all. It's the electrical signal that makes you interpret how I sound. And once you've got this electrical signal, which can be a chip or lots of things, you can physically make people hear voices, certain voices. And it can be any conversation.
That's what individuals.
And it can be anybody you want to hear. It can be a soft, angelic voice. It can be a god. It can be something that scares you, like a devil. It can be anything. Fair enough. So I was there. I went into the back of a big black car, and it took me off in the dark, and then underneath a huge building in the dark, and I was suddenly thinking, well, hang on, this could be a bullet in the back of the head time. I'm getting uncomfortable here. But he took me out and took me to a room, and he...
Check this out.
This is a test of the long-range acoustic device LRAD.
Yeah.
One acoustic device is gaining ground daily by being law enforcement's go-to choice for crowd control scenarios and search and rescue missions. That device is LRAD. I'm Terry Shepard, and this is Digital Justice. Robert, first question. What does LRAD stand for?
Long Range Acoustic Device.
Robert Putnam with LRAD Corporation gives the lowdown on this piece of popular yet contentious technology.
With the Long Range Acoustic Device systems, we're able to project voice messages and alarm tones up to distances over to 2 miles. It stays focused in a 30 to 60 degree beam, and by allowing us to do that, the people at the other end absolutely understand the instructions that are being given them, and we can give them the instructions in any language. We have a highly intelligible, very robust product now that's being sold throughout the world to militaries, commercial security, maritime security, and then also for wildlife protection and control. And for law enforcement, they appreciate having a device that really works for communication. Bullhorns just don't cut it in large outdoor situations especially.
So how did this technology come about?
The genesis of LRAD really begins with the attack on the USS Cole in October of 2000. Here was a USS destroyer in a Yemeni port. They didn't know if it were fishermen or terrorists that were pulling alongside them until it was too late. They turned out to be terrorists, detonated, killed...
we know what happened.
Yeah, we killed,
it was bad.
Killed many sailors, injured others, caused $1 billion of damage to the boat. And they had all this firepower on board, but they didn't know who these people were, so they couldn't take any action. Well, the whole point with LRAD is it fills a critical gap. How do we determine if they're friendlies or not, if they're not responding to radio calls?
When I got in front of the device, I could immediately hear its effectiveness.
This is a test of the long-range acoustic device LRAD. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right, guys, I have to say I'm a little worried walking up here like you're going to sneak in and turn it back on. Scott, you were the operator on that one.
Yes,
Thank you. Right off the bat, first impression, I felt like there was a dude standing right here yelling in my ear, but it was really clear.
Here you have the back of the head unit where all the electronics are housed. You got the power switch you turn on. Power is activated by the control unit, which you have the on-off position.
Right.
This is a standard MP3 player, so you can put whatever test files, any kind of audio media on the MP3 player.
Because it can broadcast effectively up to 2 miles away and very powerfully, you can mount that on helicopters, fly over and be able to broadcast messages to hopefully the people that you're trying to find. Cover a lot of area quickly rather than putting, in some cases, hundreds of people on the ground right in the bushes trying to find people. And then for suicide situations from bridges or buildings, fire departments and high-rise situations.
It can also be used more in a bit of an offensive or a defensive manner. Well, how does that work for that?
Well, I think you're referring to our alarm tone capability. Right. That's what's gotten most of the interest from people out there on the other side. We really don't look at this as any kind of a weapon, non-lethal or otherwise.
And though reluctant to speak on camera, law enforcement officials stand behind LRAD.
The alarm tone is mostly used, especially in law enforcement applications, especially when protests get out of control or you get large crowds. And with LRAD, that fills that critical gap between bullhorns and rubber bullets.
But many groups, including the ACLU, have issues with LRAD.
I think LRAD has no place at public events and forums, especially ones that any free speech expression activity is too intimidating, it's too scary, and so chills speech that we want to encourage in a democracy.
Are these machines causing any harmful side effects to the eardrums and the senses? Some would say it is possible that they are. So that would be considered torture.
My wife had one used on her in Oakland. It was like a kind of psychological torture. Like it's in your
scatterbrained and you can't think, you can't move. I'd rather be tased, shot with a rubber bullet, maced, and then kicked in the balls than have my eardrums erupted.
Like anything else, if it's too loud, like a fire siren or a police siren, you put your hands over your ears.
Right.
By doing that, it cuts 25 dB of sound pressure level instantly. You can still hear it, you can still understand it, but it's not going to hurt your hearing.
Right.
It's just a different thing to have this, magical voice being beamed at you or even bringing you down. Traditional public order policing has its value.
Well, I think you have some people out there, especially during protest situations, who view this as, hey, this is not allowing us to protest or do what we want. We know of one case in regards to the Pittsburgh G20 summit where LRAD was deployed.
By order of the City of Pittsburgh Chief of Police, I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
And I think that was the first time that a police department had used LRAD in a high-profile event.
How the fuck you gonna
and what
tell
they were
somebody?
interested in is keeping the property damage down and the number of
How the fuck
arrests
you gonna
down.
claim some shit is an unlawful assembly, bitch? They gonna tell people they can't assemble when they want to, where they want to, talking about unlawful assembly. They're trying to control motherfuckers.
And potentially save lives on both sides of the long-range acoustic device. Guys, that was actually a great demo, and maybe could I borrow this for a moment?
Now you gotta have permission to assemble and shit.
In the eyes of law enforcement, LRAD is an effective tool that's used will certainly continue to spread, but in the eyes of others, it's a potential weapon just waiting to be abused. No matter the opinion, it looks like LRAD is here to stay. I'm Terry Shepard.
They trying to tell motherfuckers you can't assemble and shit without their permission, man. Get the fuck out of here. Motherfuckers want to run everything. Look at this shit right here, though.
First, let's make our own private racket in the library. Mad Labs has come to the quiet seclusion of Wayland Public Library in Massachusetts to meet this man, Dr. Joseph Pompey, who's got a thing about annoying people with sound.
Hey, you. Ma'am, please wake up. No sleeping in the library.
Most people of his age don't know much about sound. The most antisocial they can get is turning their car's hi-fi up in a quiet neighborhood. Dr. Pompey has studied sound for so long he's got letters after his name, and he came up with something a bit better.
That's not a speaker system. Now this is a speaker system.
The whole idea of his sound spotlight system is to make sure that only one person can hear him, even though they're 20 meters away.
Hey, you there. You on the laptop. Are you downloading illegal files through the library network? I hope not. Hey, you there, studying. Liz, can you hear me? I think it's time for a break. Hey, you. Looking at CDs. We're watching.
Taking the mickey out of innocent readers might seem a bit childish, but there's a reason why Dr. Pompey comes here to test his kit.
Direct sound.
A library is about the most sensitive area you can think of for background noise and generating sound that people don't want to hear. But with the audio spotlight, we can deliver sound specifically directly to people within the library without bothering the other people that are reading quietly. One of the things is we can bring in a couple of Latin dancers, send them some hot salsa music. They can dance all they like in the middle of the library to all the music that they want without bothering the other people nearby who want to sit, read, or work quietly.
That's crazy.
The system works like this. First, your voice is transformed into high-frequency ultrasound. Sound so high, no one can hear it. Ultrasound is highly directional, so, like a torch, it can be pointed at someone standing a long way away. Although they cannot hear the ultrasound, it causes secondary vibrations in the air around them, and it's that sound the person hears.
So if you imagine you're in a room and I shine a flashlight at you, it's very bright for you, but it's very dark for everybody else. Much the same way, the audio spotlight creates a very narrow beam of sound that you can shine at a listener. They hear it very clearly, and it doesn't create noise that might bother other people in the same space.
It's already being used in museums, and soon Dr. Pompey hopes he'll have his system in TV sets, so that only one person in the room can hear it.
Look at that. Damn.
The others can get on with something much more boring. But whatever its practical use is, it remains a great toy.
Hey, excuse me, miss. That's a really nice shirt you've got on.
That shit crazy. Alright, man. We're about to be out. Oh, I did want to play a little bit from Ashe though. Sister Ashe Divine.
Sometimes it's good. Peace and love, soul family. What's up with everybody? Back with another video. Now, in this particular video, I'm going to be talking about the government shutdown because that is what I see everybody on the internet talking about, like, at this moment. You know? But I'm going to be talking about it and breaking it down in a different way because I see everybody is kind of in an uproar and people was talking about they knew this was coming and Babylon is falling and it's about to be a purge and, you know, just crazy shit like that, right? But I am so unbothered by this, okay? I am so unbothered. And I'm going to tell y'all why, okay? Because y'all got to understand the media. This goes back to what I was saying in the last video that I did on Jasmine Barnes. You have to understand the media and what their job is, okay? The media's job is to basically make you feel some type of way. There's no other way to put it. The media's job is to make you feel some type of way, no matter if it's in a movie, if it's in a commercial, if it's in a video, if it's in an ad that you're seeing on online, on your laptop, on your phone, whatever. The media's job is to make you feel some type of way. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Remember in my last video that I just did yesterday on Jasmine Barnes, I mentioned about the black screens and the scrying, okay? And how it is basically invoking energies around you. Not necessarily you, but around you. Okay. First, this government shutdown. First and foremost, I want to say that I'll believe that shit the moment I see it happen. Okay? For those of you that follow me on Facebook, I want y'all to think back to last year in November when I made the post about the supposed to be EMP that was supposed to happen. There was supposed to be an EMP last year in November.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And then it was supposed to happen again in December, I think.
I remember that shit, yeah.
In any event, it was supposed to be 2 occasions where there was supposed to be a nationwide blackout.
Right.
Nationwide blackout. Okay? People, phones were supposed to stop working. People, lights were supposed to stop working. People, cars were supposed to stop working. Everything was supposed to just be a total blackout. Everything was supposed to just be, you know, not working. Hella people was uploading videos talking about, man, it's finna be the purge. People finna be doing this. People finna be doing that. People was making videos saying how they are preparing. They stocking up in water. They stocking up in all types of canned foods and just shit like that.
Can't be buying hella ramen
now,
and shit. Fuck.
I'm not saying that these things cannot happen. Okay? But this is what I am saying. This is they system. Okay? This is all they shit. Okay? This is all they companies, all they money. This is all they shit. This whole entire system belongs to them. Okay? Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think they give a fuck about us that much to warn us on some shit that they finna do that can lead into a mass fucking massacre. Meaning people killing each other over food, people killing each other over water, people scrambling. Okay, we right back as I was stating. People, you know, will be killing over food, killing over water, looking for ways to survive, scrambling, just looking for ways to survive, you know. They're supposed to be cutting food stamps and withholding tax returns, and, you know, everybody's biggest deal is the cutting of the food stamps, you know what I mean? And so, even without all of that shit, if this was really going to go down, I don't think that they would fucking warn us. Warn us for what? Right. They don't give a fuck about us. No. They don't give a fuck about us enough to warn us. Hell no. Okay? They don't give a fuck about us enough to warn us that some shit finna go down that's about to make everybody react in a certain way. Right. In a
fucked up ass way. Yeah, they real.
Because majority of the people that live here in the States depend on the fucking system one way or another. Okay? If you have a job, if you own your own business, what the fuck ever, okay? This shit is they shit. So they are not going to warn us about anything that they're going to do to us because they don't give a fuck about us. They'll just do it. They don't care. They would just fucking do it. Now, again, same shit that they said was going to happen last year with this EMP. Supposed to be a blackout twice in November, a nationwide blackout. An EMP, electromagnetic pulse, okay? Everybody was making videos talking about this shit. Everybody was making videos talking about it's going to be a nationwide blackout. I'm getting prepared. We need to stock up in canned foods. We need to stock up in water. We need to do all this shit to prepare for this electromagnetic pulse. And so I'm just sitting here watching everybody on the internet just go crazy over this shit. You know what I'm saying? And so when November finally came, okay, and then shit happened, I made a post. Y'all can go back to my Facebook page. Just go down my timeline. Just look at that shit. I said, what happened to the EMP? Wasn't that shit supposed to be today? You know what I'm saying? And then they say, oh, well, the date changed. The date of the EMP changed. It's supposed to be on this date. Then that date passed. I said, what the fuck happened again? You know? And so this is why I'm saying this. This why all this shit go back to the scrying, to the screens, to the mirrors, okay? It's the reason why TV went digital the way it did, exactly at the moment that it went. You see, this shit is not by mistake. It is by design. This shit is by design. Now, what do that got to do with the government shutdown? I'll tell you why. I'm going to try to keep this video as short as I can because this is not hard to decipher, okay? Let me tell you what this got to do with it. Okay, everything is energy. Everything vibrates. Everything has a frequency. Okay, the human body, natural frequency, we operate off hertz. That's megahertz. The human natural body operates 1 through 80. That's just naturally. Okay, that's why we got all these different type of frequencies to raise our shit. You got 400, 432, 528. You got all these different type of healing vibrations. Okay, if we operate and run off 1 through 80, then we can go higher. We can vibrate and higher and raise our frequency higher. Okay, and so there's a lot of shit that can fuck with our EMF. The EMF is our electromagnetic field. Okay, that's the space and the energy around us. That's us. Our EMP is our natural electromagnetic field. Things like microwaves, things like computers, things like phones, things like TVs. Even a motherfucker, say if you vibrating at 432. If you're vibrating on a frequency at 432 hertz, right? You done raised your shit all the way up there. You good. You vibing high. You can literally stand next to a motherfucker who's vibrating so low that they can fuck with your EMF field. Your EMF, your electromagnetic field. You can stand next to a motherfucker and they can lower your vibrations. You see what I'm saying? So if just standing next to another human can lower your vibration and lower your frequency, what the fuck you think these screens and monitors and all these Wi-Fi's and all these towers and satellites and shit is doing? Think. Now, what does all this got to do with the government shutdown? I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Because this shit is funny to me. Because every time some shit get mainstream media, mainstream attention, okay, I just sit back and I just look at everybody like, man, y'all are so easily manipulated. Okay? Y'all are so easily manipulated.
Every mainstream thought process.
Why are y'all so easily manipulated?
Including the globe, including all the mainstream shit is some fuck shit.
Check this out now. Y'all may know about this, but for the ones that don't, check this out.
That shit lame as a bitch. They got everybody fucked up.
As far as manipulation and controlling your feelings and your emotions, okay? How can that be manipulated? Okay. Did y'all know that there is a U.S. patent on the human nervous system? Let me say this again.
That ain't what she meant to say.
There is a patent on the human nervous system manipulation.
There you go.
Okay?
That's what she meant to say.
Nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from monitors. Okay? This is finna get deep.
From monitors.
This is finna get deep. Y'all remember that video that I did on debunking HIV, and I showed y'all and told y'all the U.S. patent number for that particular virus? U.S. patent number, okay, for nervous system manipulation through computer and TV and monitor, screen monitors.
Look at this shit.
6506148. Go look that up. 65
at the U.S. patent website.
148.
U.S. patent office website. You can pull that shit up.
Confirms human nervous system manipulation through monitors.
Damn.
Okay. Now I just want to show y'all something real quick. I want to show y'all an image.
That's you. That's what control you.
Okay. Check this out. This is us. This is us right here. Let me see if I can get something to point with. This is us. This is us watching a TV, or this is us watching, looking at our laptop or our phone or something, okay? Now take a look at this image up here. You got a VCR. You got the monitor. You got all this shit right here. You got the Wi-Fi box. This is you. Now, family, if we are naturally vibing off 1 through 80 hertz, and we got all these different monitors and shit that's giving out frequency and radiation, and we around this shit constantly, how is that raising your vibration? Do you think that that is not fucking you up? Do you think that that is not fucking you up? How is it controlling you? How is it manipulating you? Let's read. Let's read. Psychological effects have been observed in humans, in a human subject in response to stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near a half hertz or 12.4 hertz. Okay? Many computer monitors and TV tubes, when displayed, post images, emit pulse electromagnetic fields of sufficient amplitudes to cause such excitation. Okay? It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject by posting images displayed on a nearby computer or monitor or TV set. Now, let's just stop.
Control
right there.
Posting images to control your fuck ass.
This shit with the government shutdown, look how everybody acting. Look how everybody is acting. Everybody is nervous. Everybody is talking about their tax refund. Everybody is talking about they scared for other people that have kids, how they gonna feed their kids, and this, that, and the other. Okay? It's the reason why this shit is on mainstream media right now. Okay? It's a fucking reason why. That goes back to what I was saying. If they was gonna do this shit, they would do it. They don't give a fuck about us enough to warn us. All this shit is doing is putting fear in a motherfucker. Same shit with the EMP. How everybody was talking about they getting prepared and it's gonna be a nationwide blackout and it's gonna be purging and shit like that. This is the same exact shit. Okay? Now Trump just came and said that he gonna do another news conference, keeping this shit on the news. Okay? And everybody is tuned into it because everybody wanna see what's gonna happen next. Okay? The more you turn into this shit, the more you are lowering your vibrations. Not by just looking at the shit, but having a fucking TV in your house. And I'm going to speak for myself. Every time I get on this fucking laptop, every time I pick this phone up, just know that my frequency and vibration is going down. Because I hold energy in me. Okay? I am energy. This phone is energy. I'm a cell. The phone is a fucking cell. It has cells in it. That's why it's called a cell phone. It's the reason why they want us to touch. Everything is touch screen. Okay? It's the reason why. Because they are getting our DNA up off of this shit. Okay? All these little chips and shit that's inside this shit, they are getting our DNA up off of this shit. Okay? And so, not only that, but it's radiation too as well. It's radiation too as well. Everybody that's watching this video, how many screens or monitors do you have in your house? Think about it. Including myself. I'm not excluding myself out of shit, but I know what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not bothered by this government shutdown shit. This is a fucking psyop, and everybody is playing into the shit. They fucking with you. They playing with your emotions.
I got like 8
they are
motherfucking
playing
screens
with
in this
your
one
emotions.
room.
They playing with your, and they are manipulating you. That's what the fuck they're doing.
Yep.
They are manipulating you by way of your nervous system.
Yep.
Okay? Everybody think about how many monitors they got in your house right now.
I got like 8 in this one room, yo. Damn.
How many TVs you got? How many people live in your house and how many of them have a phone? How many laptops are in your house? How many tablets are in your house? Okay? That's just the devices. Now think about your Wi-Fi box. Okay? Also, do you have a microwave? Okay? And that's just in the vicinity. We ain't even talking about the satellites and the towers and all this shit that the fucking United States is saturated with. The United States is saturated with towers and satellites. Okay? This shit is not here for no reason. This is clearly, okay, mass mind control. Mass population mind control. Meaning the whole population is controlled or can be controlled and manipulated by way of these frequencies that's being emitted off these fucking satellites and off these towers, off these phones, off these TVs and computers. Okay? Now, they say, you know, a lot of people say that they don't let their children watch certain shows or certain things on TV because it can affect them psychologically. Okay? Meaning that they can pick up certain habits, learn certain words, or whatever. I don't let my child watch that show because this, that, and the other. But you watching the news 24 motherfucking 7 and you're constantly being manipulated. Your feelings change when the story on the news change.
Right.
Okay? Perfect example. The story I did yesterday. Jasmine Barnes. Motherfucking white man killed this girl. Everybody up in a war, you know, over this shit. Hate crime. Racist white man, hate crime. Okay? The story changed. From the news, 2 black men have been apprehended and named as suspects in the killing of this girl. Everybody fucking feelings changed at the drop of a dime. Why? Are y'all being manipulated into feeling this way?
Yeah.
See, this is why can't nobody really say that I'm being controlled by this shit. Because I see right through it. Why y'all think I left my video up? People was telling me, you need to come and change the title. You need to update this video. You this and you that. The news said that it was black men. Did you see the news? No, the fuck I did not. I didn't see the news, but I see what everybody else saying. So I don't need to watch the news, okay? Because y'all my news. But I'm not going to sit up here and be manipulated by a fucking TV screen. I'm not going to let a TV screen change my emotions or how I feel about something. I feel the same way as I did when that story first came the fuck out. Because I know better. I fucking know better. So, this government shutdown is nothing more than a scare tactic, a fear tactic. Okay? We back again. This whole government shutdown shit is nothing more than a scare tactic, a fear tactic, okay? And why everybody is feeling some type of way about this shit, okay? Why everybody is talking about this shit, they sitting back laughing at our big dumb asses, okay? Because y'all got to understand, we are dealing with a different species of people here. And I'm being nice by calling them people because I don't want to go into that subject right now. But we are dealing with a different species of people here, okay? And this is a fucking simulation. So it's like they are literally playing us like we're some type of fucking game. They're literally playing us. Playing like we a game. Like we're in fucking Nintendo 64. I understand this shit on just a deeper level, family. A deeper level. And it's crazy. This shit is crazy. So yes. Y'all are being controlled by the media via the human nervous system patent. Okay, I'm gonna read that number again. U.S. patent 6506148 6506148 confirms human nervous system manipulation through your monitors. Through a monitor.
Hey TJ, shut your dumb ass up.
Y'all going to look this shit up. Now ask yourself this.
I don't even know what the fuck. Y'all always running y'all fucking mouth.
Why do everybody feel like that they gotta be or have what somebody else has?
Yeah, I played a video about that earlier.
Okay? Every time they update the iPhone, every time, you got commercials on TV, you got ads on the fucking computers, ads on your phone, big ass billboards. You got all this shit.
Nah, we really ain't all that different.
To promote these new iPhone upgrades all the fucking time. iPhone 8, iPhone 30, iPhone fucking 40, all this shit, right?
iPhone 30.
And then everybody gotta go and get one.
Yeah.
Everybody gotta go and get the newest, the latest, the Jordans.
Yeah. To feel good.
Everybody gotta look the same.
Right. Clones.
Everybody gotta fucking look the same.
Yeah, clones like a motherfucker of each other.
All these different color, not color, but all these different kinds of hair. You got Peruvian, Brazilian, Malaysian, all this other shit. All this shit looks the same. You can't tell fucking Peruvian from Brazilian because it looks the same. But everybody got to have it. Everybody got to wear these inches. Okay? Because the media is depicting how they want us to look. And we seeing this shit constantly. And we got to look like that. We got to have this type of hair.
You got to have them Space Jam.
Okay? That's why I do what the fuck I want.
Right.
And I wear my hair the way I want. Because I don't want to be like every other female. Okay? I was already in that matrix. I was already, you know what I'm saying? I did the long ass weaves. I did the Brazilian, the Peruvian, the Malaysian. I done all that shit. Okay? But I don't want to be like everybody else. I don't want to, me personally, I don't want to look like every other female. I don't. But see, images, repetition, okay? When you program somebody, it's always the repetition. That's just one method. Repetition is one method. So if you constantly seeing these images on TV, on your phone, even when you go into the store, billboards and shit, when you seeing these images of these beautiful black women with all this different color, long ass hair, you know what I'm saying? It manipulates you into thinking that that's what you're supposed to look like. Okay? Y'all don't see too many motherfuckers walking around like this, do you? No, the fuck you don't. Y'all don't see too many. Why? You ain't gonna see too many motherfuckers walking around like this. Because the media tells you what you're supposed to look like.
Right.
The media manipulates you into making you look like what they tell you to look like. The type of clothes you wear. Okay? The type of shoes you wear, down to the food that you eat. You're being manipulated constantly on a daily basis via these screens. Via these screens. And if this shit wasn't a thing, if this shit wasn't a big deal, it would not be a patent on the human nervous system.
Manipulation, yeah.
Let me just bring up one more point. When they are doing mind lock programming, you know, the MK Ultra victims, what is it called? One method is electroshock therapy. What does electroshock therapy do? Fucks with your nervous system. Okay? Your nervous system controls you. Your nervous system controls you.
That's for real shit.
And so
it really does. Because when my uncle just had a stroke,
the only way that they can.
My uncle just had a stroke like a month or so ago or something. A couple months back. About 2-3 months ago now. And he had a bleeding stroke where he was bleeding in his brain. They had to drill in his motherfucking skull, tap off into that nigga's skull and let the fluid drain out. He had this tube going into his skull that was draining the blood and the pressure off of his shit. And that shit fucked with his nervous system. They had him in the they had him in the neuro ICU. Because that shit had his nervous system fucked up. He couldn't even. When she's saying your nervous system is you, it control you, that's it for real. If you don't have control of your nervous system, you can't even motherfucking talk. You can't even. That's why stroke victims be having problems with one of their sides of their body and shit. They nervous system be fucked up on one side of their body where it go limp. You know what I'm saying? Or they can't talk and shit. That part of the nervous system be done got affected by the stroke, and that shit don't work right no more. That shit crazy.
Have total control over us. Us meaning everybody, white people, black people. It doesn't fucking matter. Because we all is in this system together.
Yep.
Okay? We all in this shit. Unless you out in a fucking tropic somewhere. The only way to control us is to fuck with our EMF, our electromagnetic field, and our nervous system. All these things that emit these frequencies, all these things that give off radiation, that's the only way. That's the only fucking way. So sometimes it's good to detox from social media. Sometimes it's good to detox from your devices.
Yeah, we are all part.
And what I mean
products of our environment.
I mean it's good sometimes to just leave this shit alone for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, however, 3 days, 2 days. Sometimes it's good to do that shit.
Saying what you want to say.
It really and truly
telling the truth
is.
And fuck them if they don't like it.
Watch how better you feel. Or watch how detox your energy feel if you just do 24 hours with no TV, no Wi-Fi box, no microwave, okay? Even if you have lamps or something in your house at night when you go to sleep, unplug the lamps and shit.
Yeah, it does.
Okay?
You don't
You
have
got
to
a
feel sorry.
Scentsy warmer, unplug that shit too.
It ain't about being white or black.
Because the electrical cords and all those, the electrical wires and all those cords and shit that you just plug into the outlet, that shit gives off radiation as well. Okay? So sometimes it's good to detox from all of this shit. Now, this is some serious shit. Okay? As far as the government shutdown, I believe it when I see it. I'm not moved by it. I'm not bothered by it. This is just another psyop. This is just another psyop. Okay? And truth be told, now this is going to go into another video, so I ain't going to talk about it all the way right now. Truth be told, a lot of these stories that y'all see on the media are psyops. Okay? A lot of these killings are psyops. A lot of these people that has participated, that they tell you they did some shit, or we found this killer, or this person was a witness to this murder, and they on the news crying all crazy and shit. They're called crisis actors. Yeah. I'm not gonna get into all that right now.
Yeah, that crisis actor shit real too.
I will be back.
They be proving it on them motherfuckers. They be pulling out.
Okay.
That shit crazy that shit don't go viral.
Go and look this patent number up. Look up
They
Human
be exposing them
system
crisis actors,
manipulation.
pulling up they page, showing where they an actor
Look
and
that
shit.
shit
Motherfucker don't
up.
be giving a damn about none of
Okay?
that shit.
And then y'all come back and tell me what the fuck y'all found. Don't even listen to me. Don't listen to me. Don't even listen to shit I'm saying. Just go and do what I just said. Okay? And then come and tell me what you found.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I would just tell everybody to just chill. You know, don't get your feelings so wrapped up into this shit.
Okay.
Just chill. Like I told y'all when they was talking about the EMP.
Thank you.
The electromagnetic pulse.
Thank you, Aaron.
I told everybody to chill the fuck out.
Cat dog.
And as y'all see, there was never an EMP. There was never a blackout. Not saying that this shit can happen, but it's just on a logical level, they would not warn us about shit because they don't give a fuck about us.
And they ain't warning niggas.
That's why they got
this
patent to fuck with us.
They ain't warning slaves about
Peace
a
on us.
motherfucking
Let's move on to the
thing
next
they doing.
video.
Peace, I say. Appreciate the love and the information and everything. They ain't telling motherfuckers about this shit they finna do to your fuck ass. Are you serious? They finna just do your fuck ass. Hold up.
And if so, it's even creepier to think that these things are infiltrating the human body and the human mind. So food for thought, I guess. And I'll leave you with that. This 5G beast system is going up all around us right before our very eyes. And there are people all around the world that are trying to fight this in their own communities.
Look at this story right here I saw. Look at this shit. These motherfuckers ain't up to no good, man. They done tossed Bill Gates Foundation the fuck up out of India. And suing his dumb ass.
Is Mark Zuckerberg planning to poison children with forced vaccinations? Now, there's two articles that came out on Natural News that I wanted to present to you. India tosses out the Gates Foundation due to conflicts of interest with Big Pharma. Oh, that's rather interesting. So, there's got to be something to this because India is tossing out the Gates Foundation. Bill Gates, who's about to become a trillionaire. Let's jump to this one. Natural News. The 61-year-old billionaire and self-proclaimed humanitarian Bill Gates has a new, younger protege that wants to follow in his footsteps by trying to vaccinate the entire world. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg, according to reports, Zuckerberg is currently in the process of opening up his own $600 million biohub in Silicon Valley that aims to procure $3 billion in capital to, quote, cure, prevent, and manage all disease throughout the entire world in just one generation. The social media guru has apparently been inspired by Gates' ambitious goal to jab every man, woman, and child on the planet with as many vaccines as possible in order to reduce the global population. And just like Gates, Zuckerberg is couching his latest endeavors in Fox benevolence, particularly when it comes to the vaccination agenda that is being branded as humanitarian aid. The ultimate goal of Zuckerberg's biohub, as reported by The Guardian, is to usher in a new era of accelerated progress in science and health. In plain speak, the plan is to roll out all sorts of new vaccines, genetically modified organisms, crop chemicals, and all other things to centralize control over the basic necessities of the world. Oh, but we are supposed to be, we have all this empathy and stuff. Because that's the other plan of it. We've covered what Facebook's really doing. Now, let's move on to this one real quick, too. In the U.S., many look to him as a benevolent humanitarian simply trying to save the world from communicable disease. But in India, billionaire software guru Bill Gates has basically been told to get the hell out of the country now, that he and his wife, Melinda's infamous foundation, has been exposed as nothing more than a vaccine-pushing fraud directly tied to Big Pharma. India's National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization, NTAGI, announced recently that it is officially cutting ties with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This announcement comes after it was shown that so-called vaccine campaigns conducted on tens of thousands of young girls
throughout India back in 2009 and 2010 that were meant to help protect them from cervical cancer were actually cloaked vaccine trials.
Damn.
Involving two highly controversial vaccines known to injure and kill.
Damn. And you know that,
is going to be, planning poison.
Hey, you know what that was that they probably was using on them little young girls, right? The drug that they probably was using. What was that shit called that they was giving all them young girls years ago for HPV? Yeah. Yeah, wasn't that it? HPV. They was giving all them young girls that shit. Then they was coming out too talking about boys can get it too. I remember seeing the commercial on TV. And the little dude was up there talking about, Mom, Dad, why y'all didn't tell me, or why didn't y'all get me vaccinated for the shit? And at the end he'd be like, Mom, Dad, looking crazy and shit. I know y'all know what commercial I'm talking about.
Planning to poison children, just the same as Bill Gates is. We've exposed Bill Gates. We've exposed Zuckerberg. All I did was one simple search with one keyword of a search on our website, Facebook. And as you can see, Facebook is going to use Snopes and other fact checkers to combat, quote-unquote, combat fake news. Social media policing, man arrested for offensive Facebook posts. We've exposed Facebook many times. Many, many times. Okay, back to this here. The social media guru has apparently been inspired by Gates' ambitious goal to jab every man, woman, and child on the planet with as many vaccines as possible in order to reduce the global population. Now, I just read that one earlier. The ultimate goal of Zuckerberg's biohub, as reported by The Guardian, is to usher in a new area of accelerated progress in science and health. Why in the world are tech gurus so interested in vaccines and global health? They are not doing it for our benefit, as we have proven. And here India proves it. The vaccines in question are Cervix by GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, and Gardasil by Merck & Co., both of which are marketed as protecting against the human papillomavirus, HPV, which is claimed to have a link to cervical cancer. Both vaccines come with extreme side effects, and evidence shows that GSK and Merck essentially teamed up with the Gates Foundation to take advantage of young Indians.
I'll play something more interesting for you, Aaron. How Europeans know they aren't white. Are you white, Aaron? Or have you hightailed it up out of here so fast, Aaron? Tell me you're still here, Aaron. And tell me you know that you're not white. Aaron. I mean, not Aaron. Excuse me. I'm talking to Dog Cat. Excuse me. Dog Cat, the one that said, oh God, this is boring. Kind regards. Yeah, I'm talking to Cat Dog. Fuck no, don't nobody read books anymore. What the fuck time? This is 2019. Almost the year 2020. What are y'all talking about? Do people read books? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Unless they just want to enjoy a nice little pastime. Fuck a book. This new technology now. Unless it's an audio book and a visual book. Motherfucker, a digital book. What the fuck y'all kill me with this shit? Like YouTube ain't the fucking truth. Like the truth ain't on YouTube. Motherfucker, the truth is right here. What you think? Only the truth is only in a book? You think it ain't lies in the fucking books too? What you think? Everything that you read in a book is what it is? Shut the fuck up. Sick of you motherfuckers hating on YouTube, man. I'm from Australia, by the way. Or by way of Ireland. Oh, okay. But check this out. Did you know you wasn't white, though? And Cat Dog, did you know you wasn't white? Here, I got something more interesting to talk about with you. What up, do good? Now, look at the title of this shit. Europeans know they aren't white. And you are not black. Study Moors, motherfucker. And furthermore, just check this out right quick. A quick little 12-minute video. Learn something.
It's very important for people to know the real history, because not to know the real history, you must know world history and European history, and you must dismiss the black and white game. If you don't, you're already in the trap. You're in the matrix.
Europeans know they're not white people.
Listen.
They don't guess. They know they're not white people. But from a social engineering position, they declare it for social engineering. As an example,
white people did not exist before 1681.
How about that?
Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681.
Meaning that Europeans know they're not white people. They don't guess. They know they're not white people.
Any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie.
How about that?
Race is not a biological
Bring that
construct.
shit back. What she
it's
said
not
again? What she said again?
They don't guess. They know they're not white people.
Any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie.
Race is not a biological construct.
Black people too.
It's not biological. It's social.
As a matter of foundational law, actually, let me say it this way. White supremacy has been embedded in the United States of America from its founding as a matter of law. Now, I don't expect you to buy all that, to get all that, to believe all that, at least not now. But my job is to share with you the legal history that proves each of those three claims that I begin with. So let's go. Let's get started.
Overseer scholars get this black-white paradigm from. That's totally fictitious. It's for servitude. Are we clear? For instance, like when our people agree to be black people, they come under the Christian black codes that was set up in 1868 when they closed the Freedmen's Bureau. That's an agreement, and those codes apply. That's where your abuse comes from. Because there's no such people. It's a code system for Christian property.
Black History Month, you find ridiculous. You're going to relegate Black History to a month? Come on, what do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, come on. I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
Meaning that Europeans know they're not white people. They don't guess. They know they're not white people.
I'm Jewish.
But from a social engineering position, they declare it for social engineering.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month? There isn't one. Oh, why not? Do you want one? No, I don't either.
Right. Fuck Black History Month.
I don't want a Black History.
Take the Black History Month and shove it up your ass. Don't nobody want that shit, bitch. They tricking niggas into thinking that they want some Black History Month out of this bitch.
It's not a human being.
Look at that.
However, if they get you to agree with that, it is a legal status that compromises the natural person and takes them out of the natural status into a status of color. And a status of color in law, for instance, you already know, because we use those words loosely, people of color and terms like that, and we feel pretty comfortable with it because it's commonly used. However, anybody that knows law, and of course it's in operation every day when they're dealing with us. Person of color is an artificial person. Most of our people will tell you it's Afrocentricity when they're. And just because they want to believe that, it doesn't change the fact that it is an artificial person.
And when we deal from a human standpoint, not from a racial standpoint, but just from a human standpoint, then we are all equal. There's no black, there's no white. Race is a social construct. It's
It's not biological. W.E.B. Du Bois, who's an historian, race is a social construct, right? Michael Omi, Howard Winnett, my teachers at UC Berkeley, who wrote the book Racial Formation in the USA, said race is a social construct. And for those who choose not to opt into the construct of the social norms of America that we live in, right? If you choose not to participate in the construct, then you have the choice to view and treat each other as human beings.
What would happen with the general masses, right? When our people are talking about the social community, and then we bring up the facts, as scholars know, it would appear that we're contradicting our brothers in the little clubs, the little Negro groups that are marching and praying.
Wait. You said what now? I mean, what flag? I'm sorry I wasn't looking at the comments. Thanks, Cat Dog. Same to you. That's right. Alright, let's play it.
And all this other stuff, and they think that we're countering them when we're really trying to bring their degrees up. Because information is being held back from them.
They want to try and separate us though, Cat Dog.
Now here's my question.
They want to try and separate us through the color of our skin and all that. Make us choose a color.
Self-identified to be black, right? In light of the fact, and it is a fact, in light of the fact that every social science organization, right, and every anthropological organization, all disavow the racial terms, black, white, non-white, yellow, red, brown, as being totally
how come black and white is the only color though?
Of Europeans for the purpose of protecting.
How come black and white is the only color and shit when you're talking about a people and shit? How come they don't call Chinese or how come they don't call Asians yellows or yellow? Yellow man, like they say black man and white man. Or like why they don't call Latinos reds or some shit, or you know what I'm saying, Indians or somebody reds or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like how come motherfucking this shit just stuck to black and white? Because I think they should just do that shit all across the board. If you gonna call this group of people this color, why the fuck you ain't calling everybody what color they should get? You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Because they be like black, whites, Mexicans and shit. You be like, what the fuck? Everybody else get their nationality and shit. Every other group of people, wherever the, you know what I'm saying, they from and shit, they get their nation. Except like when you talk about black and white people and shit. Shit retarded.
European world dominance under the term white supremacy.
White people really don't even buy into that shit either. They know about it.
An intelligent man claim or persistently cling to a non-scientific.
Yeah, white people be knowing that shit. They don't be falling for that shit. That's why I went on that Morgan Freeman clip just then, and he was like, when is White History Month? You know what I'm saying? Do you want White History Month? And dude was like, I'm Jewish. Motherfucker. He was like, I'm Jewish, fuck that white shit. He tried to get out of that shit. Morgan Freeman was like, well, fuck that. Well, when is Jewish History Month, motherfucker? How about that? And he was like, nah, ain't there. You want one? No. He said no like 2-3 times. Like, hell no. Motherfucker, well, we don't want that shit either. I'm sick of this shit. And niggas be acting like we so fucking dumb. I don't know what the fuck is up with us, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, all this old black history shit. Niggas don't even know that black is not even you know, they done stripped you of your motherfucking nationality and shit. This shit retarded, man. We running around going along with this bullshit, claiming the titles and shit, and falling right in line for the bullshit. Mainly because a lot of us don't know what the fuck what's really going on. Like what dude talking about right here. I ain't never known none of that shit like that about being black, calling yourself a black man and shit. They got us all thinking it's all good to call yourself a black man. I'm a strong black man. Yeah, you are you? Are you? Really? Huh? Huh? You're lost. You're lost like a motherfucker. Talking about you a strong black man. You know what I'm saying? You don't know where you from. And the little idea you do have of where you think you from and shit is twisted and told to you by the same motherfucker who trying to play you. You know what I'm saying? That shit said you cannot claim reparations if you don't have a nationality. Damn. And black damn sure ain't no nationality. Come to find out, it's a Christian, what bro said? That shit was a Christian, what he said that shit was called? A Christian, damn, hopefully he said it again. Hold on, I'm gonna play the video.
That should be terms that you did not invent or our people did not invent.
Oh, look, there you go.
Say,
subscribing to a term that you did not even invent or our people did not invent. What do you say?
World dominance under the term white supremacy and manifest destiny. How can you, as an intelligent man, claim or persistently cling to a non-scientific term that you did not invent or our people did not invent?
A non-scientific term.
I'm black. Say you're black. What does that mean? It literally, actually, if you think about it, now that I'm thinking about it, you know, it kind of excludes the rest of the other people that were also Moorish descent.
You heard what she said? You might not have heard what she said.
Right?
People, like, you might not have heard what she said at the end of that. It excludes the rest of the people that are from Moorish descent. See what I'm saying? That's why that shit say you are not black, study Moors. Because apparently, fuck that black shit, we really in Northwest Africa, aka America, before the damn land masses separated and drifted apart like how it is now. And black people, not even black people, excuse me, because we trying to get away from that term. That ain't even, what the fuck is that term? So the indigenous people already been on this land. The natives to Northwest America that was here before these so-called motherfucking Europeans came over here and colonized this shit. And then lying, depicting these damn Indians, these so-called Native American Indians, they're running around with the feathers in their hair and shit that they be showing in all the cowboys movies and shit. Got them looking like, they look like a mixture of white and black people to me. Them Native Americans that they be depicting on the TV shows and shit in them westerns back in the day, them not the real depictions of the true original people of this land that is the originals of Northwest America, Northwest Africa, aka America. Excuse me, aka Morocco, aka America, because this motherfucker was called Morocco before it was called America. Come to find out, do your research. That's what the Moors claim, that they was already here and this shit was called Morocco. Until these son of a bitches came over here and called themselves colonizing it and coming over on pilgrim bullshit, landing on Plymouth Rock and all this fuck shit. But yeah, so then they lied to us all, so-called black people, tell us all that we really came over here and descendants. Only reason we here is because we descendants from slaves from Africa, right? That's the only reason your ass really here. Is because when we brought the Africans over here, that's how you got here. That's a motherfucking lie. That's a motherfucking lie. That's what they lying niggas. And then they lying to niggas telling them that, and then showing them this what the real Native Americans look like, and then they show you the motherfucking Indians with how they show us all what the Native American Indians look like. Right? Light skinned, kinda, you know what they look like? They look like they a mixture of black people and white people. Because anytime you mix like a black and white person, they can pass damn near for any of them other races besides black, white, and Chinese. Like myself, for instance, motherfucker think I'm all type of South American nationalities and shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, I can pass for Dominican, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Guatemalan, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I could pass for a sand nigger. I could easily be from what that shit called? Where they just went over and took over under the Bush and Obama administration. The fucking Muslims and the Islam and shit. I mean the Iraqi. I could pass for an Iraqian or a Saudi or whatever the fuck, any one of them. Them niggas is really nothing but Europeans and Africans mixed together. You know what I'm saying? Black and white. Basically. I need to stop using the word. I need to stop saying black and white though. Real shit. I'm finna stop saying black and white. Because once you find out the knowledge and the information, you know what I'm saying, the truthful information and the true knowledge, you can't just be neglecting that shit and keep on saying white and black and calling yourself fucking black after you see that shit ain't what it is. If you do, you ignorant as fuck. Right? We keep going over that. The real true definition of ignorance is not knowing. Like what they keep trying to tell everybody. It's not somebody who don't know. It's somebody who ignores the truth. That's what make your monkey ass ignorant as fuck. Because you ignoring, which is in the root word of ignorance is ignore. So don't be ignorant to that fact. Oh damn, I'm missing the comments and shit. Alright, hold up. Y'all been typing y'all ass off. Most educational people judge on personality. If you're good or bad, that's it. Yeah, a lot of people do that, yeah. A lot of people not doing that though too. Carter G. Woodson, yeah, I heard of that. I heard of Carter G. Woodson before. I can't remember exactly what the fuck it was before though. Many white people are total dills. What are dills? So I don't get you. Moors were Muslim, that's true, they were. I honestly think racism is mere ignorance. History is history, it happened, sadly, nothing we can do. A lot of that history would be fake as fuck too. Some of that shit ain't even happening like what they saying is happening. They're trying to trick motherfuckers, we're all a number. But ha 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 ha. True, Aaron, come on man. I lived in Morocco. Was born there. They're all Muslim. Berbers. LOL, you banned me? Oh, never mind. Nah, you timed yourself out doing all that fast typing. Sorry. What's that? But bro, USA glorifies ignorance. For sure they do. How are you Hebrew, Israelite, or more? How are you Hebrew, Israelite, and more? How are you Hebrew, Israelite, and more? Who, me? I didn't say I was neither one of them. I didn't say I was either Hebrew, Israelite, or more. Well, I hope you don't dislike all of our white bastards. Nah, it's not about white or black or yellow or red or any of that to me. Moors are Muslim. Yeah, I know you said that already. I know Moors are Muslims. Are all Moors Muslims? Do you have to be a Muslim to be Moorish? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I done did research on the Moors and all that, and I done researched the Fez and all that, and saw why they say that the Fez is the color that it is, like, cause it came from when they slayed did all the killing over there in the city of Fez or whatever, and that they dipped their hats in the blood, or they dipped their fezzes in the blood. That's why it's that color of burgundy red that it is, and shit. Tuareg are black Saharan nomads. Okay. Moors are Arabs. Have a smoke and a drink and chill out. Fez is a city. Yeah, they kill Jews. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I did. I researched all up on all that shit. I seen what they was saying about that shit. It didn't sound pretty nice either. You know what I'm saying? It sounded pretty fucked up the way they was describing it. If it was true.
You guys contribute to the world. What have you done in the world?
You mean you or your ancestors?
Yeah,
like,
my ancestors.
I don't know where you're from. I don't know where.
My ancestors. Like,
But I don't know where you're from.
I'm a nigga. I'm a nigga. I'm a nigga.
Man, I've been seeing y'all going crazy with the shit I've been saying on Sway. Niggas be like, yo, why you say you're not black? You're right. I'm not the black America call me, and it's just hard for a nigga to be from the slums, the ghetto, the hood, whatever. Niggas want to say where you're from, and then when you become this celebrity, you get to walk around the world, get to travel around the world, get to touch the people, and get to find out the truth. And then when you get back home, what you call America, and you start telling the truth, the people you see that's in your community that's still plugged in the matrix.
And you must dismiss the black and white game. If you don't, you're already in the trap. You're in the matrix.
Instead of trapped into what society tells you is reality. And you know it's not reality. You know it's not the truth. That's only black and white people exist in America, by the way. If you say you black in Africa, they will look at you funny. And if you say you white in Europe, the Europeans will look at you funny. So at the end of the day, black and white people don't exist in America.
I'm saying that's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Based off of whatever information you think you got. You know what I'm saying? But you can't tell them that. And apparently they have information and documentation and shit that prove whatever the fuck they claiming that they got going on. So who are you to say what they not? You know what I'm saying? Or to say what they are. You know what I'm saying? Do you know who you are as much as you trying to claim and tell somebody what they are? You know what I'm saying? Because these people got the longest peace treaty with the United States government and all this shit and all that. And they the ones claiming to be the Moors. They the one running the shit. You know what I'm saying? And they claiming that they was black. Or they not even claiming that they black. They claiming that they are who they are and that motherfuckers trying to put the title of black on them. You right. You right. They not black. What the fuck is black? You right. Moors ain't black. Ain't nobody claiming that motherfucking title. That's some bullshit ass title some motherfucking Europeans made up to try and enslave a motherfucking nigga. Or AKA a motherfucking true native to this motherfucking land. Get your ass up out of here, nigga. I don't give a fuck where you lived at. That shit is a totally different place in today time than it was when it was back then. You know what I'm saying? None of these places have been colonized and been and got all this other shit going on ain't the same as it is now than it was back then. That's just like America. That's just like America. You can live in America right now for however many years you wanted to live in this motherfucker. But if you wasn't living in this bitch back before the Europeans call themselves coming over here colonizing this bitch, then what? It was a totally different place. You see what I'm saying? Yo, you can put it however you want to put it. Do good. That's what I'm saying. You can call it whatever you think your intelligence and intellect got to put some shit together and make a judgment on it. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean that it's true. Just because you saying it and just because that's what you believe, maybe you don't have all the information that you need and the true information to give you the different outcome than what you thinking that it is. See what I'm saying? Because you probably judging what it is based off of what you seen. You know what I'm saying? Like you say when you was there and shit, this shit done switched up. It's a new time. It ain't the same. It ain't the same day and time. But I'll tell you one thing you definitely right about. Moors ain't black. Ain't nobody motherfucking black around this bitch unless you trying to be human chattel that belong to the Christian motherfuckers that own your ass.
And that's what they're doing. They're looking at all of us as human beings, not through the lens of race. And you have a choice because, again, it is a construct in America. It's not biological.
And we think that black is some section of Africa. No, it's true.
This how you know black ain't real. Look how he calling all these people out. Yeah, that's a joke, motherfucker. Black my ass. This is how you enslave a nation of people. You remove their nationality and replace it with ethnicity. What's your ethnicity? Out this motherfucker. Motherfucker don't know the difference between ethnicity, race, and
this is what I fly with, international. You understand? People, sometimes when we're on the airports, like for instance, we got a call from brothers from Australia.
Then that's what I come to find out from my studies, that Moors are a mixed race. They are known as Arabs from 11th to 17th century. Yeah, and I just said Arabs were, I just said I could pass for an Arab. That's what I was trying to say. That's the word I was looking for, Arab. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, mixed race. I'm mixed with white and black and could pass for Arab. That's what I'm saying. And could pass for a Mexican. And could pass for a motherfucking whatever the fuck else that look like it's mixed with white and black. Oh, damn, I said stop saying that. I speak Arabic. That's good. That's good. You know what I'm saying? It's public knowledge America was made off immigration. No. That's just what they want you to think. America wasn't made off no immigration. America was what it was before the Europeans came over here and called themselves taking over some shit. It was already people living here doing just fine, living their lives, enjoying their families, and enjoying the land and living just good. See what I'm saying? Didn't nobody need your fucking European ass coming over trying to tell somebody how they need to live like you did and how you want to, you know what I'm saying, do some shit. Motherfucker talking about, oh, they came over and civilized these folks and made their shit better and upgraded. Fuck all that. Came over here and corrupted these folks shit and stole their shit. Fuck United States. The Moors got their own shit. Hey, did you know the Moors got their own government? That shit called the United States of America Republic. United States of America Republic. or some shit like that. They talking about they got their own shit. They own everything, and you can be a part of it. If you indigenous to this land and you claim that you are, you claim that you're. That's why they told all the so-called black people here been saying that they was having Indian in their family and Indian in their blood. I done seen pictures of my like great grandmother and she up there looking like a straight up Indian. You know what I'm saying? With the copper skin tone. They really did look like a mixed race. Like what the old boy said. That the Moors was a mixed race. But unless you're a native, you don't have a bone in the fight. Yeah, but I am native though. My bloodline is native. You know what I'm saying? So I can claim some of that. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people can, because a lot of so-called black people that's here that think they came over here because via some slave trade, that's not what it is. They peoples was already here. I'm Hebrew Israelite and more around this motherfucker. Both at the same time, nigga. I can do that. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. I'm claiming all the statuses around this bitch. Screw all this race shit. We're all humans, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that's what this whole talk is about. About how race is a social construct, apparently, and how being white or black or yellow or red or green don't have nothing to do with your biological makeup or some type of difference between us all. Apparently, the way they talking like it's just differences in but I'm not buying that either. It's some type of difference. Because why is these Chinese people and these Asians' eyes slanted like that? Like I said earlier, nobody else's eyes is slanted. I'm thinking these Asians the ones we need to be looking out for. They the ones really running the world and shit. They control America. America owing all the money to these motherfuckers and shit. They the superpower. That's why America ain't fucking with them. That's why Europe and none of these motherfuckers that's up out of the crown and none of them want these problems with them Asians. Because they know what it is with them Asians. Nigga. And they got the bigger army and the better technology for these motherfuckers. They don't even want no problem with them bitches. Better pay them their motherfucking money. Shit. And the Asians own the biggest, most #1 retail store and company in the world, motherfucker. Walmart. And there's hella Walmarts in America. I wonder how many Walmart stores it is in America. And Walmart is 100% Chinese owned, motherfucker. They got a contract with the United States government to allow them to sell poison to the American people. Clothes, toys, electronics, and all your food products that your ass is buying from Walmart. It's all Chinese controlled. You know what I'm saying? Selling your ass all type of shit fish, tilapia. Y'all love tilapia too. Cheap ass shit fish. Bottom feeding that they raise that cheap ass bags of tilapia y'all like to buy from Walmart. They raise that fish in a fish farm, in a tilapia farm, and feed it chicken shit. It feed them fish literal feces. And the fish is just fed feces their whole life, and they eat that shit, and they just grow them on the farm, and then bag them up. And y'all be tearing them motherfuckers up. Loving the tilapia like that shit. Oh shit, tilapia, a man-made fish out this bitch. Anyway, that ain't even a real fish. That shit like some type of genetically modified fish or some shit. Like tilapia just came into existence in like the last 100 years or some shit. Straight up. Y'all think this shit a fucking game. All them fruits and vegetables and shit. And not only do it come from Walmart, it come from some of them other grocery stores too. You know what I'm saying? You gotta shop somewhere where they not selling that shit. Like Aldi and motherfucking Trader Joe's. You know what I'm saying? And Whole Foods got some shit too, but you know they high as fuck. Aldi is just cheap as Walmart. So ain't no excuse. Ain't no real excuse for why you gotta buy your bullshit with GMOs and pesticides and all that shit that's in there. You know what I'm saying? Like them fruits and vegetables and shit, and even the meat, steroided up and everything. None of all these products and none of Trader Joe's products have GMO. You know what I'm saying? Fruits or vegetables or none of that. None of them. So why somebody wouldn't go get their shit from there, I don't understand. Instead of buying that shit full of preservative. Them fruits and vegetables don't even spoil no more like that. Like the fruits and vegetables, them shits just dry up and shrivel up. I keep talking about that shit. I know y'all gotta experience this shit unless y'all ain't either buying no fruits and vegetables or you gobbling that shit up before it can even show you signs of it spoiling. But even when it spoils, it doesn't rot. It just dry up and wither away. Like it just like get old and just shrivel up. And just dry up and get hard and shit. Like fruit ain't used to do that shit. That shit used to bust down and start calling bugs around and flies and fruit flies. The fuck? What the fuck happened to fruit flies and shit? They don't want nothing to do with none of them motherfucking fruits and vegetables. That's what happened to them bitches. And them motherfucking worms crawling through no apple. When the last time you seen a fucking apple with a worm in it? Anybody over the age of 30 know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Used to have worm crawling through that shit. Used to play it all on the commercial. I mean, all on the cartoons and shit. Little kitty cartoons and shit. Little kids and shit, like a little bookworm or a little worm crawling through an apple and shit. Ain't none of that shit. No bugs attack none of these fruits and shit on the trees no more. Because they put that germ inside the seed. That Roundup germ where they don't even have to spray the crops no more. Now it's built into the seed already. It just automatically keep the pests away. But if the pests don't want to eat that shit, that should be a sign that we shouldn't be wanting to eat it neither. If a bug or an animal don't want to chew on that shit because they can sense the fucking poison in that bitch and the preservative. Basically, you know what they done to fruits and vegetables with that Roundup gene and that preservative gene that they putting in that motherfucker too, that don't allow it to spoil. What they did is put a preservative gene in the fruits and vegetables that allow it to stay fresher longer and not spoil. They have a longer shelf life and claim that it's safer for you still, but it's not. That shit causing problems. That shit causing cancer and shit. They lying like fuck. Basically, you know what they did to a fruit and a vegetable? Embalmed that motherfucker. Yep, embalmed them. They hit them with that embalming gene. Like, so the body don't, you know how when you embalm a body, it don't decay, it don't spoil, it don't rot. Yeah, well, same thing with them fruits and vegetables. That's why them bitches don't rot no more. And you hit that bitch with that embalming gene. Right in the DNA of that motherfucker. Right in the seed of that bitch. These motherfuckers is mad scientists. Trying to do population control around this bitch. But, what y'all talking about in the comments? You ever played Battlefield 1? Those are Moors. Yeah, I remember Battlefield 1. Autism is a scam for money. Nah. Autism ain't no motherfucking scam for money. Autism a real birth defect from what these motherfuckers is doing to the people. With vaccines and shit. Hey man, you ain't been to, I'm talking about we in the real Morocco right here. This is the real Morocco. play the video.
I gotta respond to that. They're aware. Everybody's been waiting for us, the whole world. The United Nations, the nations of the planet. Anyone who's a scholar knows that the nations of the world have continuously, for the last 20 years, dealt with the nationality issue of these people in North America that keep insisting on calling themselves black. Dealt with in the Universal Declaration of the Rights of the Child.
Why do y'all keep on insisting on calling yourselves black? Why do we keep on insisting on calling ourselves black when these folk keep trying to tell us what the deal is? What the fuck is really going on? United Nations Universal Declaration on the Right of the Child, 1959. The child shall be entitled from his birth to a name and nationality.
The Universal Human Rights Declaration.
Nor denied to change his nationality.
And the rights of indigenous people.
Has the right to a nationality. 2010 signed by all.
And the rights of indigenous people, with your right to claim a nationality, as a matter of fact, without it, all the things that we're seeking, we can't get. Now, whether our people are willing to be themselves or not, I'm not arguing that. But they need to have been made aware of that. And all the churches and civic organizations in North America were instructed to disseminate that information. They did not. And when the Moors are presenting it, they think it's a Moorish thing. The whole world has dealt with this. And you need to know that you've been sold out by your own people. And that's the truth. And if you can go on the website and find it. The world has dealt with your lack of nationality because they know without it you can't go nowhere. And so all we're doing is spinning wheels, frustrating each other, when the deal is we don't know the difference between brands that we've become in love with and true bloodline, pedigree, consanguine issues. And we better deal with it because the world ain't playing with us. And Europe is liquidating right now because we, who are the true heirs of Northwest Africa, which is North America, in this masonry they call the North Gate, is our land. We keep looking at ourselves after the separation of the planet. We need to look at ourselves before the separation of the planet. You're standing on Northwest Africa. That's the great Masonic secret. That's why no European speaks under the pyramid that's on the back of that dollar bill because it belongs to you. And it seems so hard to wake these people up to their real political form because we're, like he said, we're all pulled up in what our religious beliefs are, which is only mind control. Let me add on that.
You're caught up in your religious beliefs, controlling your ass. Got you calling yourself a black man, boy. Get your fucking mind right, boy. Fuck wrong with you? I mean, I never hear y'all niggas running around here calling yourself a strong black man and all this old fuck ass shit. Get your slave ass out of here, nigga. You don't know who the fuck you is. Niggas is lost. Niggas is straight up lost. Nigga, pay homage, nigga. Hey, check this out. I haven't watched this video, but I think this is the motherfucking treaty that they got. It's called the Treaty of Tripoli, I believe. I had saved this shit because I meant to come back and watch it, but I thought this shit had something to do with it. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe this was something else I was thinking about. What is the Treaty of Tripoli? The fuck is this?
By President John Adams, receiving ratification unanimously from the U.S. Senate on June 7, 1797, and signed by Adams.
Say what? This the Treaty of Tripoli, Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States of America and the Bay, and subjects of Tripoli of Barbary. Oh, fucker. Yeah, of the Bay, nigga. Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States of America and the Bay. And the subjects of Tripoli of Barbary was the first treaty concluded between the United States and the Napolitanian signed at Tripoli on November 4th, 1796 at the Algiers for a third-party witness on January 3rd, 1797. It was submitted to the it was submitted to the Senate by John Adams, receiving ratification unanimously from the United States Senate on June 7th, 1797, and signed by Adams, taking effect as the law of the land on June 10th, 1797, motherfucker. This is the longest running peace treaty that the United States government got with any motherfucking people. And that's the motherfucking Moors. That's the motherfucking indigenous real natives to this motherfucking land. The Beys and the subjects of Tripoli. Of Barbary, motherfucker. That's what this shit about, if I ain't mistaken. The treaty was a routine diplomatic agreement and was later replaced. It has only attracted attention in recent decades only because of a clause stating that the government of the United States of America is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. For 3 centuries up to the time of the treaty, the Mediterranean sea lanes had been preyed on by the North American Muslim states of Barbary Coast, Tripoli, Algiers, Morocco, and Tunis, through privateering, government-sanctioned piracy. Hostages captured by the Barbary pirates were either ransomed or forced into slavery, contributing to the greater Ottoman slave trade, of which the Barbary states were a segment. Life for the captives often was harsh, especially for Christian captives, and many died from their treatment. Some captives went Turk, that is, converted to Islam and made that life in captivity easier for them. Damn, this shit long as fuck. I'm gonna read all this shit. Before the American Revolution, the British colonies in North America were protected by the Barbary pirates by British warships and treaties. During the Revolution, the Kingdom of France reformed an alliance with the colonies and assumed the responsibility of providing protection of U.S. warships against the Barbary pirates. After the U.S. won its independence with the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1783, it had to face the threat of the Barbary pirates on its own. 2 American ships were captured by Algerian pirates in 1785, and the survivors forced into slavery, their ransom set at $60,000. A rumor that Benjamin Franklin, who was en route from France to Philadelphia about that time, had been captured by Barbary pirates, caused considerable upset in the U.S. without a standing navy, much less a navy capable of protecting force across an ocean. The U.S. was forced to pay tribute monies and goods to the Barbary nations for the security of its ships and the freedom of its captured citizens. As General William Eaton informed newly appointed Secretary of State John Marshall in 1800, it is a maxim of the Barbary states that the Christians who would be on good terms with them must fight well or pay well. Fuck all that.
Taking effect as the law of the land on June 10th, 1797.
This all he gonna read this bullshit? Nah. Fuck. Well, yeah, man. I think this the treaty dude was talking about that they got. That's the longest standing treaty with the United States of America and any group of people, basically. And this what the Moors standing on. This what the Moors standing on. Damn, this was 5:30. Fuck. Oh man. Yeah, I'm done. It's almost 4 o'clock. It's 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds to 4 hours on this shit. Hey, it was fun while it lasted. Next time I come back, I'm gonna have some more good shit for your ass. Of course, like I always do. Some more shit to benefit you and your family. Yeah. I'm gonna see y'all next time, man. I'm saying it's been real. It's been real, man. Y'all hold it down.
That is, converted to Islam, a choice that made life in captivity easier for them. Before.
Yeah, you can't trust the government. They fucked up for sure. Alright, Pep. Alright, Pepper, take it easy. Alright, Aaron. Y'all hold it down, man. We gonna get together next time, man. It's too late for this shit right now. Y'all up late night, man, like some fucking vampires and shit. Gonna take y'all ass to bed, right, bitch. Fuck wrong with y'all. We're gonna do it again, man. Might be back tomorrow, man. Y'all like and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? All that good shit. Hold it down. Praise God, man. Y'all be good. With a capital G. I'm out.